Hello everyone, welcome to the project session. So as you know, this is a major project. So when I say a major project, I think till now you must have completed one or two minor projects, and the minor project means that the database part, like storing of permanent data, is not involved till that point of time. So in this project, the new thing and the most important one which you will be doing is we will involve a database, and in the database we will make tables and store our data permanently. So that's about it. So now let's go ahead and try to understand like what is our project and what we are going to build. So as you can see the name, e-commerce. So from this name, what is it that comes to your mind? Let's pause for a while and think. So, from e-commerce, clearly the name of Flipkart and Amazon comes into our mind. These online shopping websites and all. So that's what we are going to build. So you may ask, like, are we going to build a complete Amazon? Absolutely no, right? It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. But yes, we are going to implement some basic functionalities. Very basic, but still some basic functionalities to understand like how things work. So let's first of all go ahead and take a look. I know you must have seen these websites, but again let me go ahead and let's take a look at it. So I'll open my browser. I have already opened, and I'll type amazon.in and I'll hit the enter. So here you see a pretty nice user interface. A lot of things like Amazon here, it's the logo, then select hello your address. Then this is the search bar. This is language. This is accounts and sign in. This is returns and orders. And this is cart. And these are some different categories that is there. So that's how initially the landing page of the Amazon looks, right? So that's what it is. And then if you scroll down, you will see a lot of products, different types of categories, today's deals, and so on and so on. Similarly, you can take a look at Flipkart. So for Flipkart, the things also look similar, same, the logo, the search bar, a login button, and then like become a seller, more, and cart, and then you can see a lot of things, categories, products, and lot more. So that's how you see the top offers, fashion, and a lot of things, right? So that's how things are. And what we are going to do is we are going to build, I should say, a very basic version, very basic version of, let's say, Amazon or Flipkart. So that's like generally very basic, right? Very basic means very basic. So it's like understand like the basic functionalities of how such applications might be working. So that's about the project. I think if you try to think like what all we'll do, what will be the requirements and other things, right? So I think what is our project or what we are going to do, or the question like what we are going to build. This question is now clear enough for everyone. So this is clear enough for everyone, I believe. So this is one part. And now the next thing is like what we are going. So we are going to build a very basic or mini version of Amazon or Flipkart. So that's what our aim is. And now to achieve this aim, we will be doing certain things. We will write some code, we will build some user interface and all. So let's move to the next part of discussion and try to understand like what are our requirements. So I think what all things that we need to kind of build this project. So in that way, I'll highly recommend all of you to kind of pause for a while and think, like what can be the requirements, write a few things, and then go ahead. So before talking of requirements in actual, I wanted to kind of tell you like how many ways, like how can we bifurcate this to build into part. So when I try to do that, there's one thing which is kind of very clear is like on requirements, we will, if you see, look at Amazon and all, let's say this is our Flipkart or Amazon, uh, a user interface, good looking UI or user interface with which the user can interact. So here on our requirements, the first and foremost thing will be like user interface, UI, which is kind of user interface. And then what should be the next part, right? So if I try to kind of explain the next part, the user is doing a lot of activities on the UI, right? I can click here and then I can click here. Maybe I can click here or anywhere that is clickable, I can click. And based on the clicks, based on wherever I'm clicking, kind of take me somewhere, right? So based on the clicks and what every place on the screen means, so there will be some backend logic, or I should say business logic. So let's take the simple example of sign in, and definitely we will be doing sign in our project as well. So if I click here and then I click on the sign in button, then it will take me to a page where I need to kind of provide my credentials to sign into my account. So every button, every place that is clickable on the UI has some meaning. And for those things, we have backend logic or business logic. And once this logic is processed, once we process this logic, we need to store some data. Like, when we will log in. So the username, password, Amazon must need to match it. So there should be some place where it has stored data. So after the backend logic, we need kind of a storage. And there, like how we will store the data. How we will store. Fine. So this is how, when I say how, I means in which database, what are the tables that we will be building, and so on and so forth, right? So that's how kind of I have broken into three parts. Now I'll highly recommend all of you to pause the recording, pause the video for a while, and then try to list down the requirements. Maybe the simplest thing you can start with is like user interface, this sign in. So for sign in, you can think what can be the UI. So you are able to see, based on this you can guess like I need to build a page and it can look like all these. And then what will be the functionality when I actually click a sign in, right? And then how I will store the user data in my database. So these are all things you can think less down. And once you are done with that, then you can move ahead and watch the further recording. So now let's move ahead and see our requirements and kind of not see, like let's build that part, right? So I have created a table where I have headed it as requirements, and then I have kind of clearly divided into user interface, backend business logic, and then database tables. So when I say user interface, then login page, as I have already explained, that must come to your mind. And that's what kind of I will explain. So the login page, as I have already explained here, so that will be kind of one of our major requirements. So here I have written as login page in user interface, where you need to give your username, your password, and then click a button like login, a login button, just like I did here. Here, continue and all. So you can build it as per your choice, right? So that's one thing. When I say, so let's kind of create things. So this is a login page. And then what could be the backend logic for it? So the backend logic could be like we need some login logic. And then in login logic, we need to kind of write something like to kind of store our password, store. Okay, so that's login logic. Let's stay with the logic. And then in database table, we need some table like you can say user, or we can say customer table. Customer table. So how that customer table will look like? So at least you can figure out two things from here. Like it must need a user ID and a password. That's for sure. And then it may need a lot of other things, just like if you see what are the things that we see in our account. Name, obviously no one likes to be the name, address, mobile number, and a lot other things. So we will think about that later, but for the time being, let's say login page. Then the next most important thing that should be like if we directly land on amazon.in, so what is kind of we will see? So you are seeing a lot of products, right? Of course, Amazon is not just online shopping. It has a lot of things like you see Amazon video and all. But for the time being, you see these are the products, right? So we need a product page. So I'll write here a product page. And then finally on product page, we need some logic to fetch and show products. And then finally, we need some table to store product details, right? So I can say product table. Now, how this table should look like? Well, you can kind of take any product. So let's say this one. Let me take this. So yeah, let me take this boat air, some bikes and all that. Yeah, this boat air dopes. And then you can read like what all things we need about our product. So there are a lot of things you can store all you want. Obviously we will not be actually storing everything in our app, but of course you can store as much as you want. All these things stored in the ways you can think of, right? So that's one part. Then let's move further. So we need a product page. Then definitely we need to kind of view our orders, just like we see. So we need order, viewing page, or viewing is we are viewing everything, so order page. And then kind of we need some logic. So I should say logic to show orders. And then from where we will show orders, we need some orders table as well. So order table. Also, it's like the website is completely useless if we are not placing some actual orders, right? So we may need some button to place order, and then logic to order products. And then obviously we can store it in the order table, right? So that's how you can list all the requirements. I'm not listing everything as of now. What I will do is key, let's say we design the login page, we will design the product page, and then obviously if you see the Amazon, we have a header bar. Clearly here this information stays every time. So so I can say we need a header bar, and this header bar will contain a lot of things. So if I talk about what all it can contain, so it has the logo, it has the kind of sign in, then it has the orders, it has the search bar and search button. So I can say it has a search bar, and then it has a search button, and then it has a login button, and then it has a cart, and then it has, I should say, order detail, order viewing. So these are all the things. So obviously we will kind of describe. That's why I have made a table so that we can kind of manually keep updating it. So that's how it is. So let me stop here and let this table be there. So it's like as and when needed, we will kind of go ahead and kind of write the descriptions as much as possible. We will also write some description from like which we will not do, so that you can implement it later. But make sure guys, just don't watch it, right? Make sure that you kind of go ahead and do things actually. Fine. So now let's move to the next part. Like now we understand a bit about requirements. If needed more, we can, as soon as we have built a first something, then we can kind of go ahead, explore Amazon, Flipkart, and then kind of understand more requirements, right? So, but obviously to build all these things, we need to use some technologies, right? So we need to use some technology. So we need to use some technology. So what are the technologies that we will be using here? So if you see, we have three paths, right? Uh, User interface, backend or business logic, and database tables. So in on technological front, for user interface, we will use JavaFX. And then for the backend thing, we will use Java language to write our backend logic. And then finally, for the database part, we will, for the database part, we will do one thing, that is MySQL database. So we will use MySQL database and then store things in it. And here we will definitely be using SQL language to query through our database. So on technological front, these are the things we need. Now what I will do is I'll go here and update this table of mine. So on user interface, let me kind of bring these things to the center. Control E, don't know if it works or not. No, it doesn't work here. So here I can simply write user interface and JavaFX. So this is one thing. And then the next thing, let me kind of put it in some dark color. Yeah, so this JavaFX. And then it's like on backend and business logic, we will be using Java language. So you must know Java, right? You have read it here. And then for the database tables, we need we will use MySQL, MySQL. SQL and SQL both are same things, right? So MySQL database, and then obviously we need SQL language or SQL scripting language to kind of query through the database. So these are my requirements, and the one more thing that we need to complete all this development, that is an ID. So it's like, let me write it here. So we need that ID, which is kind of IntelliJ idea. So this is the ID we need. And then the next thing is like we need MySQL workbench, MySQL database installed, and MySQL workbench, to kind of query and view the database, so on and so forth. So these are the requirements. Also, we need one more thing, like to connect to the database and all. So for that, I'll tell you while we will be doing it. That's a very small thing. We can easily download it. So that's how for this IntelliJ you will get some resources to kind of download it, and then for MySQL Workbench installation and all, and obviously the SDK Java. So we need kind of Java 19. We will work in Java 19 SDK. So these are the things, folks, and obviously make sure that you have all these things installed on your system. Everything is in place so that when you actually start doing the work, you can simply do it without any hassle or anything. Now, let's start our discussion regarding JavaFX and kind of creation of our application and explanation of some code that is auto-generated. So first of all, I'll go ahead and explain what is JavaFX. Uh, as I have already explained why we need it. We need it for creation of our user interface. So let's see what is JavaFX and kind of how we can create an application in JavaFX. So what I'll do is I'll open my browser and here I'll type JavaFX. Simple Google search. So if you see the first option that appeared, so JavaFX is an open source next generation client application platform for desktop, mobile, and embedded system built on Java. So that's kind of to generate client applications. I hope you must be knowing about what is let's say client application, what is server application and all. Now let's open this Java T-Point website. So this is really good full and a lot of things has been explained very well here. Now I have opened it. The thing is I highly encourage all of you to go through this complete document and read everything that is given there. But I'll go through some of the important parts and then maybe I can leave the rest of the things for you to explore. So the first important thing is, if you see, JavaFX is a library that is used to develop desktop application as well as rich internet application. So like it's kind of a library to develop applications. And the important thing is applications built in JavaFX can run on multiple platforms, including web, mobile, and desktop applications. Okay. So this is kind of brief. And now I'll go ahead and highlight some more things. You must have heard about Java Swing or may have made some project in Java Swing as well. So here, if you see, JavaFX is intended to replace Swing in Java application as a GUI framework. What is GUI? I don't know if you people know it or not, but when I say the GUI, that is graphical user interface. Graphical user interface. So it's like JavaFX is used to kind of build the GUI, build the graphical user interface, and it's kind of obviously intended to replace Swing, means it will or maybe replace Java Swing in near future. It provides more functionalities than Swing, and it has its own components. Important thing is like own component that does not depend on operating system, means they are not dependent on OS. They are independent of it. It's lightweight and everything. These things are important. So here we will use this JavaFX library to build our user interface. Now you can go through the history, like when and all, how things happened. This is kind of description of everything that is kind of there. And these are kind of a lot of topics, basics about JavaFX, 2D shapes. We need shapes. We have text formatters, a lot of things. JavaFX UI controls, label, button, radio button, scroll bar. Then here you can see animation. We will use this, and Java transformation, this charts, and a lot of things. So I encourage you to kind of go through it if you wish. But what kind of we will do is we will learn by doing. So whatever components, whatever things that is actually needed in our application. So let's say I need a button. So I'll read about the button at that time, understand how button works, and kind of what are the functionalities that is important for me. So we will learn only what's needed. And let's say if someone is much more interested, so I'll be showing resources from where you can reference these things and learn it. So that's kind of brief. This page is really important. You can find a lot of things here. So just go completely through it, and kind of if you have any doubts or anything, you can ask. So that's it about JavaFX, folks. If you kind of wanted to learn more, and also you can go through the below links as well. This is kind of this is Oracle official documentation, so you can go here as well and see what they have to say. So what is JavaFX? A set of graphics and media packages that enable to design, create, test, debug, and deploy rich client applications. Right. So JavaFX applications, availability, what are its key features? So a lot of things. So if someone is, what can I build with JavaFX? So this is like kind of things that you people can build. So if someone is kind of much more interested, this is kind of exhausted documents from the creators, right? So you can go through it and kind of try to go as deep as you want. But for this application, if you are kind of going forward, build your career as a backend developer, so just read or understand only what's needed for our project, and rest things you can leave. I don't think there is any need. But yeah, I showed you the first link, that is kind of Java T point, very important. And this is official documentation. Okay, so this is it on JavaFX. I have shown you resources. You can go ahead and learn about it. Now let's do the kind of most important part. Let's go ahead and create the application. So obviously on IDE front, like I will be using IntelliJ. So you must have been informed already. So I'll be using IntelliJ. So I'll open my IntelliJ and kind of I'll start things. So let it open and then we will start. So this is IntelliJ. You must have seen the version. If you haven't, then go pause the video, go back and see. And now I will create a new application. So file, new, and project. So this is kind of basic project. We are going to build a new project. File, new, and project. Pretty simple steps. Okay. Yeah. So I got the prompt, file, new project. Here on the left side, you can see a lot of options. New project, empty project, Maven archetype, JavaFX, Kotlin, and a lot. Choose JavaFX here. Choose JavaFX. Now give a name. So let me give snake, ladder, and kind of say it's fab. So fab, snake, ladder, fab. I give the name. This is location, wherever you want to put, that's up to you. And the important thing is, let the language be Java and build system as Maven. You might be asking like, what's a build system? So don't worry, it will be taught to you in your later classes. If you are much interested, go ahead and kind of read about it. So I have given the name snake, ladder, feb, and kind of this is important. This is Java version 19. So make sure that all of you has this version only. It may happen that if you have selected some another different version, you may get some errors. I'm not saying that you will definitely get errors, but you may get some errors because of version, and I don't want you people to kind of stuck in those things. So better you keep everything as it is. The name, of course, it's of your choice. Now I'll go to the next. Here you will see a lot of options. Here you can clearly see there are a lot of options. Don't select any. Don't select any. Just go ahead and click on create. You may get this prompt. Pause the video and read it for a while. I'll open it in this window itself. Okay, so now kind of I have created a new application from scratch, and obviously now we can see some auto-generated code. So as per our agenda, the part of creating an application is done. Kind of I'll repeat the steps again. File, new, and then file, new, project, and then the names and everything. Next, and then kind of create. That's it. So your project will be created. Our project is created now, and everything is in shape. Now obviously you can see a lot of methods here, some classes and everything got generated for you. Now we will go ahead and kind of the third agenda of our video is like auto-generated code. So now we will go ahead and kind of try to understand the auto-generated code. Like what is this piece of code, what are its parts, and how kind of it's helping us, right? Okay, so now let's discuss about this auto-generated code. So as you can see that there is application class, and here there is a start method which is overridden, and then you can easily see main. So as from our previous knowledge, we know that execution of any program starts from main. So let's see. So what I'll do is I'll kind of go and try to find and search these things just like a beginner. So let me go to my browser, and then I'll paste application class in JavaFX, and then I'll search. So this is the first link, Oracle Docs, official documentation, always great if you can read and understand it. And then this tutorial points link, this is also really awesome. So I'll highly encourage you people to go through these documents properly as to understand things in a bit detailed, right? And then here things are explained pretty well in a graphical manner. So JavaFX application structure. Java application will have three major components: stage, scene, and nodes. You can see stage, scene, nodes. Stage has been described, scene has been described, and graph, scene graph, and nodes has been described. And then you can like how to create class and everything, those things are given. So kind of let's start reading from like what is what. So as of now we wanted to understand application. So you can see application class from which JavaFX application extends. So it's like so it's kind of a base class, and entry point of JavaFX application is the application class. This is really important, and JavaFX runtime does the following in order. So it's like for JavaFX application, the entry point is application class. So any Java application, it will start from this application class. And then it's like whenever an application is launched, so kind of these things will happen, like construct an instance of the specified application class, call init, call start, wait for application to finish, perform exit, and call stop method. So this is the flow. So now we understand at least about application, like it's the entry point for JavaFX application is the application class. And now let's go to our auto-generated code and see what other things are there. So here you can kind of clearly see that another thing which we have is kind of the execution will start from main. So here we have a launch method, and then we have start, we have kind of stage, and we have scene. So kind of let's try to understand these two methods first, the launch and the start, and then we will kind of understand about stage and kind of scene. So let me see if the launch method is given here somewhere. Control FV. Yeah, so we have for launch we have 22 matches. Let's go ahead and see. Threading launch application dot launch. So you can see Java launcher loads initialize the specified application thread if no main method in the application, or if the main method application calls application.launch, then instance of application is then constructed on JavaFX application thread. So it's like kind of this method will be called from main. This is an example. Let's see where all. Yeah, so launch is like extend application class, and launch like string arguments, a standalone applications, launch a standalone application. So it's kind of this the method that will be called from main. So yeah, here I can see the two launch methods, so you can read the detail. So launch a standalone application, this method is typically called from main method, and it must not be called more than once or an exception will be thrown. This is equivalent to launch the class dot args, where the class is immediately enclosing class of the method which called launch. It must be subclass of application, or a runtime exception will be thrown, right? So the method does not return until application has exited. So it's like launch will be called from main. You can call it only one time, and kind of it is actually which starts the application. So that's If you kind of try to trace the flow, the execution will start from main, and then finally main will call the launch, which will kind of create our application, the JavaFX thing. Now let's go and try to understand about start. So here we should be able to find start as well. Yeah. So start, stage, primary, stage. So the main entry point of all JavaFX application, the start method is called after init method has returned and after the system is ready for application to be running. So this is important. Like start is kind of when your application starts running, launch has happened, init, all the initialization is happened, and finally your application will start running. This method is called on JavaFX application thread. Okay, then there are stop and other things as well. So this should be good enough. Or read the details. If you don't understand anything, kind of go and deep dive into it. Now let's see how the structure and everything looks like. So here in the code, you can see there is a stage and there is a scene. So we'll try to understand these two things now. So it's like there are three major components: stage, scene, and nodes. So what is stage, what is scene? So stage is a window, kind of, it contains all the objects. So stage, what is stage? A window, normal window, that's it. And it contains everything that is in FX application. So kind of you can say the base container, the starting which will UI component which will hold everything. Stage is created by platform, or you can call platform or OS that creates the stage. State object is passed as an argument to the start method. Fine. Explained in next section. Start method has been stage has two parameters, width, height, you can set, and then there are different types of stages as well, so you can read about it. That's good to have. And yes, now it comes scene represent physical content. So whatever physical things means, whatever actual things that we will see as a part of our UI, those are kind of comes in scene. Means in a stage a blank container is created and then we put some scene graphics and everything. So JavaFX scene represent the scene object is added only one stage. Fine, it can be added. Then create a scene by instantiating these things and with root node to its constructor. So you can read the details. Scene is like a tree-like data structure hierarchical representing contents of a scene. So whatever things now we will put, you will understand later like how things are represented. So that will be put inside the scene. A node, and what is node kind of? So if you see the diagram here, so these things will be created and everything inside. So whatever the children of scene, we will be creating and putting all our controls there as and when required. So this is about scene. Yeah, maybe you can read more: root node, branch, parent, a lot of things, how creating application, right? Start in this method, we will write code for JavaFX application. Abstract method start, you can in the main method you have launch the application using launch method, and this method, the launch method, internally calls the start method. This is really important. So launch is called and launch internally calls the start to kind of build things and run the application. So within start method is a typical, you need to create scene graph and everything. So kind of from start you will start creating things on your own, then preparing scene and graph. So you can do it in a lot of ways. I'm not going into that. So what's important is we know that application class is the starting point and then any application starts from main. So here our launch method of application class will start our application. This method will internally call the start method, and in start method we will create some UI. The stage is passed, we will create a scene and then kind of pass this scene as a kind of as a child to stage, which will kind of display the scene. And yeah, we can set title and everything. So kind of let me run the application and let's see what we have from this auto-generated piece of code. So I have kind of run the application and the build is about to finish. And we should be, yeah. So this is the UI which we are seeing. Hello is written. And here also hello is written. So let's kind of figure out where this hello is coming from. So if you see stage dot set title, this is where the hello is coming from. So let me kind of make it like hello Angad and then run it. Then the title, this should change to hello Angad instead of just hello. Let's see if it is working. Yeah, hello Angad. And from where this button is coming, let's try to figure that out. So, we have a hello view.fxml, and here you can kind of see button text hello. So this in fxml file, this button has been created, and if you change the text here, and it's like on home button click, so on whenever you click that button, this method will be called. Fine. So this is all about the auto generated code. And then now we will go ahead and kind of modify the code a bit to suit our requirements. And as soon as it's done, then we can move to the next steps. So let me go back to my this OneNote. So we have kind of, I told you a bit about JavaFX. Kind of we have done a created the application as well, and I have explained you auto generated code as well, and kind of given you links like these pages, the Oracle official documentation, and this tutorial points. So these are really good. You can go through it to understand things well, and in case you have some doubts and all, you can ask me always. So this is it. Now let's we have kind of understood the auto generated code as well. Let's move ahead and kind of change a few things, basic things. But before that, let me tell you a few things. So there are multiple ways to create UI. There are multiple ways to create UI in JavaFX. One method is a scene builder method. So in scene builder method, with some GUI tools, we kind of create our scene. Then you can clearly see here that this is kind of an HTML syntax. So this is also one method. So you can kind of HTML like syntax, HTML like syntax. So you can create, and then another method is like code. So in this, you will kind of write code here itself in this part. You will create buttons and everything here, and then kind of move ahead. So for this tutorial, we will be moving with code method. So we will prefer code method. We will code all our controls, buttons, and everything that's needed. And obviously, if you wanted to try these two things out, obviously, all the best. You can create the UI in those manner, and then kind of use the backend of whatever that is taught. So it's all up to you, but we will be using code, and kind of let me do some basic changes to start it just. So what I will do is, first of all, I will disconnect this HTML kind. So I'll kind of delete this line. I have deleted that fxml line, and kind of inside scene, I have deleted this as well. I have deleted this. Now what I'll do is I'll create our own method. So private void, private pane. What is pane and all we'll understand. Private pane, create content. So kind of we will create the whatever contents that is we want in the UI. So create content. In that I'll create pane. So pane root equal to new pane, and then I'll simply return it. Return root, and I will call this method. What I'll do is I'll pass sizes to this. So I'll remove sizes from here as well. So yeah. So I have called this. That's it. Very small change, but very important. So, and now whatever things that will happen, we will kind of bind all our UI controls from here. From this will be the kind of starting point for us for application. This is the starting point, and we have called our created this method here. So kind of let me rerun it and see whatever we are having. So it is run, and I have kind of got a blank canvas. Now let's go ahead and kind of understand. Let me delete unnecessary things. So what I'll do is I'll kind of I'll remove this one, I don't need, and then I'll remove this hello controller. So do a right click and then delete. Yeah. Delete anyway, no problem. So I have deleted that. Now we have our hello application only, and this is kind of our hello. Let me rerun it. So this is our hello application. Now I will go ahead and kind of explain you what is pain. So as I have already told initially, we will be doing things, we will learn JavaFX things by doing. So we have used pain, and I think if you have observed, it was red earlier. So why it was because of imports. So you can clearly see if you are getting some red and the class is not imported, this is the import line, very important, javafx dot scene dot layout dot pane. So this is kind of important thing. Now let's go ahead and learn a bit about pane. So I'll go ahead, create a new tab and type javafx and pane. Let's see what Google has to say. So this is, let's read it. JavaFX pane class is a layout container which can contain other JavaFX component internally and lay them out. So it's like kind of a blank canvas where you can kind of put another controls. JavaFX pane class do not actually provide any layout algorithm. So it doesn't have, it simply displays components. So whatever components you will put, it will display. This is also kind of, you can read from this documentation, you can read from Geeks for Geeks, you can read from Tutorial Point, anything. Base class for layout panes, which needs exposure of its children as public so that the user can of subclass can freely add and remove children. So it's like it's base class for all the layout containers. So it's a pane, and you can consider this as a blank canvas, and you can use whatever things or whatever controls you want here, like a button or another pane or anything. Okay. You can read more. So resizable range, there are width, what is preferred, what is maximum. Okay, and then height, these are things. So you can kind of go set perf size. So these are things that we'll be using. So go through this document. Let's say when we use this one, so come on, go refer this document and try to understand what it means. So pretty good one. Just go and whatever things you don't understand, kind of Google like that and learn it. So this is pane. Okay, and yeah, that should be good enough. And now we can kind of move, let's finish this lecture here, and then we can move out towards our actual application part. So let's start the next part of the project. So till now you must have known like what this piece of code means. If you see now, there's just one caveat. There is just the name is changed from snake and ladder to e-commerce. So that's the only thing. So for that, all you just need to do is kind of put the name in create step, like file new and then project, and here the name that you give, just give a different name, anything you want, like e-commerce, and then you can move forward. Rest everything is same. So kind of you can pause the video for a while and take a look at it to kind of see if everything is same or not, and then we can move forward. Fine. So this is how things are looking. Pause the video, check for a while, and then we will move ahead. So this is the UI which we have generated till now. And now we will move towards the next step. So I have already discussed what all the requirements do we have. And now what we can do is like we can move ahead and kind of actually convert those requirements into actual things, right? So let me take a look at requirements. So on user interface side, we have a login page, we have a product page, we have an order page, we have a button to place order, we have header bar, search, and all those things which we have discussed, why and all. So now we can take these functionalities one by one at a time, and kind of start actually implementing it. Fine. So what I'll do is maybe I can start with a login page and header bar. So for that, I'll make a few changes here. So this is the basic UI. Now I'll go ahead and create a new class. So what I'll do is, first of all, let's kind of change a few things. There's this hello application name and everything. I don't know if you know about refactor functionality or not. If you don't know, take a look. It's very useful feature of this IDE. So what I'll do is, this is my current file, and I wanted to first of all see like where in the directory this file looks. So this button, this is the minimize, then we have settings, and then these two and this one, the third one, right, where my pointer is. Click here, and now you see the whole project structure is open, and I can see my file selected hello application. So first of all, I wanted to change the name. So I'll double click, right click, and then the option is refactor, and then rename. Here I'll put e-commerce and enter. So this file name also got changed, and this class name also got changed. And if you do it in this way, all the instances, like all the names, wherever this is done, that will be changed. So pause the video for a while and do it. Let me do it again. So uh, right click, select, right click, refactor, and then rename. Let's say I say e-commerce or something, COMMERCE April, and that's it, right? So that's how you see both the file name and here it changes. So let's say that instance of variable will change everywhere. So I'll do a right click and kind of switch back. So rename e-commerce, and that's it. It's fine. And now I'll delete this hello controller. I don't need it anymore. So right click and then delete. Delete anywhere. Okay, and then delete anywhere. I'm done with that. So now I have one e-commerce, and it's like it is extending the application. You are already aware of this piece of code. I'll change the name to kind of say e-commerce, and then finally rerun to kind of check if the name and all is changed or not. Mhm. Okay, you can see the name is changed and the UI is looking. Now I'll go ahead and kind of create some classes to kind of see my code and code it. So I'll close these two, no need it. And now here, remember where you need to class here, com.example.ecommerce. I'll do a right click, new, and Java class. I'll name this class as user interface. So this class we will use for creation of all the user interface or UI components that we need. Fine. So this is, and then what I'll do is here in my application, I'll create an instance of this class and kind of call it. So first of all, let me change this code. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this piece of code from here, cut it, then bring it to user interface and paste it. Simple, no change. Here, leave about this one related problem. What I'll do is I'll kind of come here back and create an instance of user interface. So user interface equal to new user interface, and then here I can do create content. So all I just need to do is key user interface dot create content. So now this is done, this part is completed. I have created, this is like my main application class, right? And then all other components I'll create properly in different classes so as to make sure that my code is bifurcated well. So this is kind of the user interface class, and I have just seen how everything is looking fine. And here I'll kind of create a edit configuration and then add. I don't know if you know about it. If you know it, it's good. So it's like, as of now, these are like run configuration, like which classes we wanted to run. And let's say as of now, we have only one class with main method, right? No other class. So we'll create more classes. We'll have more main methods. So this is like, I'll create a configuration for my application, right? So edit configuration and then add new. I can say application And here, you need to select the main class. So I can say this as application or ecom app and then main class. So which is the main class I wanted to select? So I have only one main class, right? So this is com.example.ecommerce, and a main class of this will be used. So that's it. Apply. And so this is ecom app, and I'll run. So this main method will be called for this application as of now. So let me kind of run it again. If you wanted to create such like configuration, just go ahead and create it. You can rewind the video on how to do it. So that's same piece of code, just a more bifurcated one. Okay, folks, so I think you must have understood till this point. Now let's go ahead and kind of work on our requirements. So let's go ahead and kind of create a login page. Uh, let's go ahead and create a login page. So if you see, first of all, with login page, let's go and see how the login page looks. So it's like if I click on Flipkart, it's a pop-up. I need to give the number, and then I'll can request an OTP. Also, with every kind of login, there is also a create account. So you can see that here we have kind of need to provide mobile number and everything. Also, if you see, let's take a look at different login pages. So Gmail, if I kind of try to log into Gmail, so that's how it looks like. I think, yeah, I think remove account. I can remove it. Yes. And then I got to provide the email, and then like on the next, it will be verified. So that's how it is. We can kind of create something similar to this, but to make sure that I don't have to create a lot of pages, what I'll do is I'll create a simple where I give an email and then a password and like give a login button. So kind of let me create a proforma for that. So mm, this is like uh login page, right? Okay. So here we have finally login page. So what I'll do is I'll kind of create something, and then in this I'll kind of write, let me make it a bit bigger just to understand. Okay. And then yeah, now it's fine. So here I can write something like username. Let me write it properly. So username, and then a box for browser, and then a proper box for giving username, and then password, and again a proper box for giving password, and like then a button. I think I should say login, and then a box for this. Yeah, so that's it. Very simple. So that's how a user, and on click of this login button, we should kind of go and perform the login. So let's go ahead and kind of create it. Fine. So for that, I'll use some controls of JavaFX. And one of the very interesting one is grid pane. Right. So we will use a grid pane here. What is it? Grid pane. So first of all, let's go ahead and read about this grid pane, and then we will kind of create our controls. Fine. So I can say here, I'll close all other things, and then grid pane in Java FX, or I can simply say grid pane. So you see, we get a good description. So if we use grid pane in our application, all the nodes that are added to it are arranged in a way that they form a grid of rows and columns. So if you see this image, it's pretty self-explanatory. everything, right? Copy image. Let me kind of bring the image here in my notepad. Then I'll paste it. So the image is kind of folks self-explanatory. It kind of stores everything in a grid like height and width. Now you can understand a lot of things from here. Like this will be username and then space, password and then again space, and then there is some kind of gapping between two columns. So that is we call horizontal gap, and then there is a V gap, which is a vertical gap. Now these are 0 0 uh 1 0 0 2. So these are kind of what all things are there, right? So like rows, columns. So that's how it is. Fine. So let's go ahead and read a bit about it. So this image is very important for our understanding point of our grid pane. And then the class name grid pane is like, so you can read about from tutorials point, or you can kind of take the read from JavaFX documentation. Now this is how a grid pane is. Kind of grid pane equal to new grid pane or set row index, set column index, set constraints, get children, add button, a lot of things, right? But this one is very important. This one, like a child placement within grid is defined by its layout constraints. So what are they? Column index, row index, column span, and row span. So column index is like which index of column, and the row index is like the which index of row. So if I explain you here, so this is 0th column, this is first column, this is second column, this is third column. So this is kind of column index. Row index is, this is first 0th row, this is first row, this is second row, this is third row, so on and so forth. So this is column index, row index, and then span is like, if you see this, enter your this portion, enter your username and password. If you see, it is kind of spanned across two columns, so that is like column span. Then let's say if you want something to cover up two rows, right? Let's say this row and this row, these both two rows, right? Whatever that I have kind of, let me take a different color so that it can make much more sense. So let's say you wanted to kind of something to kind of take these two rows, right? So in that case there will be a row span. So that's what these things are. Now let's go ahead and actually use a grid pane for us. If I'll highly recommend all of you to at least go through these things and understand whatever we have kind of done, right? I'm not asking you to kind of read about everything. Just at least take a look at whatever things that we are doing in the code. That should be good enough. So now back again to my code, and here in my user interface, I will go ahead and kind of create a kind of login page. So I'll give grid pane login page, and then I can say I can keep this method as purely private grid pane login page, or maybe I can write a more better method, say like private grid pane create login page, uh, like this, create login page, right? And then I can write all the contents here. I can even put a void, that's fine. And then I'll create a login page variable here. So grid pane login page, that's it. Now I will come here. So this will my method to kind of create the actual login page, which should look something maybe like this one, username, password, and then a login. We can kind of show the same thing. So let's do that. So for these things like these headers, username, password, we need to display some text, right? So for that, there is a text control. I'll create that. So text user name text equal to new text, and I can say name, user name, and then next text, password, text equal to new, again text, something, password. So this is how I have kind of given. Guys, remember, if you see, I'm not writing everything, right? So the make sure, just like if you see, I'm typing te and then I'm able to see this text. So just I'm putting a tab. Then I can give some name of my choice. Then new equal to, and then new. And then again, you can see the first option is text. So I can just hit and then provide the values. So make sure that you are using the ID properly to kind of don't type everything, right? So these are two things, the things that will work as a placeholder. And then I need to give this fields where I can actually type some text. So like to type actual some text, JavaFX provides us with a text field. So text field username equal to new text field, and that's it. Now we have for putting passwords. Obviously, you don't want the passwords to be seen. So we have a password field, password equal to new password field. And these are two new controls. There is one very important, we'll read about these things. There is one very important aspect of this is like we have a prompt text. So username dot set prompt text. So it will be like shown. So here I can say give like type your user name here. Then similarly, for this password also we can give password dot set prompt text, and we can say type your password here. So these are two things. Like now we have created four controls. Now it's time to kind of put these controls into a grid pane, which we have just seen and discussed. So let's do that. So password, I'll create a new grid pane. So I'll use the same login page variable to kind of login page equal to new grid pane. And then now to this grid pane, I need to add the controls, right? So login page dot add, and there are a lot of add methods. I'll use the first one. So first one is like I need to provide the element which I wanted to add. So I wanted to add username, and then I need to provide the row index and then the column index. So no, see, the sequence should be very clear. So here it's the, we can see, um, column index is first and then the row index, right? So let's place it accordingly. I think this method description has been also somewhere. I think the constructor description. You see, this is the add node, child, and then column index and then row index. So this is the method which we are using. So let's add it properly. If you wanted to provide some row span and call span, you can use this method. So that's how it is. Now let's go ahead and do it. Or sequentially, yeah, see, there are other things as well. So you can kind of add things in a row. So see, this is very important resource. There are a lot of like add row, add, and then we have add column. So we can provide a column index and add all the things we want. Then we can kind of provide a row index and add all things we want. So if you see, we can use any, right? So I'll use this one. Like I wanted to add the things properly. You can use any of it, whatever that suits you. So username, what is the row in column index? That is zeroth column, and the row is also 0. And then login dot add, and I wanted to no, this username text I wanted to put, right? And then I need to put this actual username now. Remember, these are kind of the actual username is a placeholder, username text is kind of just the text username. So I wanted to add it to the first column and then 0th row. Likewise, similarly, we need to do for the password thing. So login page dot add, and then we have kind of password text, and then again it is now in 0th column and then first row. Remember, and then same goes for login page dot add actual password, and then it is in first row, first column, and then first row. I mean second, just like zero based indexing in arrays. That's what we are doing. So this is done, and I think now, yeah, we are close. So we have created these controls and we have added these controls to the login page. Now the only one thing that is left is like kind of adding this login page to our root. Let me run the application and see what happens. Are we able to see anything or not? Yeah, but we are not able to see anything, right? Why? The reason is simple. We have added those things into our login page, but we haven't added login page anywhere. And kind of our application from here, it is kind of calling the create content. So till now, it will show only whatever things that we are kind of in one way or the other relating with create content. So here now I'll go to this create content and I'll add. So how to add the things in the root? So it's pretty simple. So we have root dot get children dot add, and I can say login page. That's it. Very simple. So this is kind of method to add nodes to kind of pane. That's it. Nodes are kind of children. To add nodes as children. Children to pane. Fine. So that's how I have added it. Now we should be able to see some things on the UI. So I'll rerun the application. Okay, now there is some issue. Let's see. There is some error. In application start method. See guys, trying to understand the errors is really important, right? So, we have user interface Java line number 14. So add, what is happening here? Okay. What is the issue? Append specific element, add login page. Well, the code looks fine to me, but there is some error. What is it? Add application in start method. So somehow it's like kind of not able to start it, right? Child node is null. See, you can kind of clearly see here this key null pointer exception. Here a lot of things, right? Launcher. Here you can see null pointer exception. Children, child node is null. The child node is null. This login is null. Why this login is null? Because we haven't called this method. So now what I'll do is kind of I'll create a constructor for this user interface class. So public user interface, and kind of I'll just keep it simple, no any parameters. I'll kind of call this method create login page here. That's it. Very simple. So whenever my class will be instantiated, as soon as my class is instantiated, a new object is created, this create login method will be called, and my this variable will not be null anymore. And then whenever this method will be called, it can be kind of added there. Cool. So now let's see if it is working or not. So see guys, a lot of you while actually developing it may face a lot of errors, right? The best way is kind of just don't panic, pause for a while, and then try to like go through it and see if you are able to understand anything at least. You know, null pointer exception is kind of very simple one. Children node is null, right? And now it is kind of taking you to where and all. So these blue lines are very important. Okay, so that's it. Let's move ahead. Kind of let me rerun the application. I don't know. Somehow it's now things should work. Yeah, we have it. Very small and tiny. But you know, type your password here, type your username here. So, you know, very small and tiny, but nothing to worry. It's fine. Our application is there. Now, you may think why suddenly it became very small and tiny. The reason is earlier it was taking some default size, and now because we have put controls, it is kind of taking the size of our controls. So that's it. That's the simple reason. So what I'll do is I'll give some size to it, right? So a root dot set preferred size, and then I can give something around a 600 comma 400. Anyways, these are any numbers. You can kind of play with it, like, and put whatever you want. So let's see. Yeah, now it's fine. You can kind of try increasing this number. So let's say I make this to 1200, and now let's see what happens. Right, so it is width or height. Then, you know, playing around with code is really important, right? So let's see what happens. Okay, it's popped up. Here is, and you see now. So first one is width. Now we are aware, and the second one is height. So instead of 1200, just kind of let's keep it 800, and then increase height to somewhere around say 600, and this should make a perfect sense. And kind of we will try to write application in such a way that we can zoom it easily and all, and then also it kind of looks good always. So this our username and password is kind of the first thing in our login. Now let's correct the UI properly first. So the first and foremost thing I'll do is, if you see here, kind of I have used a what should I say, pane, normal pane, right? I'll change it. I'll change it to a kind of, you know, there are a lot of types of panes. So let's take a look like what all we have. Types of pane. Border pane, H-box, V-box, stack pane, grid pane, flow pane, tile pane, anchor pane, a lot of things, right? You can kind of read about each one of them, and then, you know, this is border pane, very simple one, right? That's how it looks. Then we have H-box, we will use it also, like things in a horizontal manner. Then we have H-box in a border pane. So that's how. So let's use border pane, right? We have a V-box, right? A lot of things. So as of now, let's kind of stick with border pane so that we can kind of put a header bar on the top, and then all the page and everything that is in the center, right? So let's kind of go with that border pane. So what I'll do is I'll change this type from pane to border pane. And this says, obviously I wanted to kind of keep it public, border pane, and then instead of new here, what I'll do is border pane and border pane. Now the create content method as itself, now everything is fine, and here is also fine. Now this is login page, right? So what I want, so this also method works, but it's better to kind of move to something new, like root dot set center. So I wanted to set this login page into the center, so I put login page at the center and just kind of remove this is not needed, right? Now let's see what happens. So yeah, but still we made it to the center, but still it's kind of giving it going side only, right? So how you can understand like what is what, and also you can give some background to it, right? So let me kind of do a Google. So how to set background style in Java FX. That's it. So invoke set fill method for grid pane. So styling layout pane with CSS. You can find a lot of things. Uh, See how beautiful things they have created. We will just kind of stick with this. I think they have a background color. So kind of let's take this and put it. So here I'll do one thing. This is my login page. So I'll say key login page dot set style, and then I can kind of put it. This is like the background color, and maybe I don't understand what this means, but let me see if red can work. I'm not sure, but let's give it a shot. It may work, or else I'll revert it to the previous one. And okay, yeah. So it is, if you see the background color of my login page is red, and so let me kind of move it to, I think, GREY, gray should work, so that it doesn't look too hard. Red is kind of too hard, right? Uh, yeah. Okay, this is fine, fine. Now what I'll do is, you can see that it is taking the whole space, and the controls which we have added, right? Those controls are in the side of our login page. So let's fix that. So for that we have login page dot set alignment, and then we have pause dot center. So it's like the alignment of controls. And now let me rerun it. So this is very important, folks. So like you can set the background of anything and then kind of try to see like where it is, what it is. Okay, now this is looking good. This is what I wanted. So now this is login page. Now I'll remove this background. If needed, I can kind of put it again because it's not looking good. Okay, let's see. Okay, now let's go one step ahead more and kind of put some gap between these. So for that, if you remember, you must have seen this H gap and V gap. So we'll use those properties. So here I'll kind of simply say key login page dot set H gap, and then I can say a 10, and similarly I can say login page dot set V gap, and I can give a 10 here. So you can assume it as 10 pixels and all. Okay, let's see. Yeah, see, now there's a distance and we can provide the things. Of course, our login button is missing, but still, kind of this is like things are now looking good and in shape. So, folks, let's stop here for this video, and uh, we will come back in the next video to kind of add our login button and add some more functionalities here. And kind of we will also go through whatever all the controls that we have used, like we have just visited through login page, this grid pane. We are still able to explore these controls, so we'll do that. So in the last video we have kind of created our login page. We discussed about a lot of things. So it's like we created a user interface class, and then a create login function, and then kind of this change this to a border pane, and so on and so forth. So let's move ahead, kind of. So the first and most important thing is kind of adding a button, right? So first of all I'll do that, and then we will move ahead. Fine, so let me create a button here as well. So button, or these are, yeah, let me create a button here. So button login button equal to new button, and I'll give the name as login. Fine. So I have created a button, and now let me add that button here. So in the end, I can say login page dot add and then login button, comma. This will be in the like zeroth, or let me say first column, and then row wise it's going to be in the second row. So that's it. And now let me read on the application. So we should get a login button as well. And that, yeah, so we have a login button here. Right. So now let's say you wanted to kind of make this text feels bigger and everything. So we can do all those things. But yeah, for the time being, this is fine and workable, and we will work with that. If you wanted to kind of add more things, you can add a lot of things. You can use a pretty uh what should I say, graphics here, some use some like a logo of a person or something like that, a lot of things. But as of now, let's stick with that. We have a username, we have a password, and we have a login button. So this part is kind of done. And now let's kind of read about these things. What is text, what is text field, what is password field, and what is button. So let me start from this text, so that we have, at least you people are aware like from where you can kind of look for those things and read it. So I'll kind of come back, and then here I'll simply grid pane, then text Java FX. That's it. Let me just type text and see what happens. Yeah, text Java FX. So I'm seeing a tutorial. I can easily open and kind of read about it. Also, there must be some official arc. So this is like, we can read this as well. So here it's like text class denotes that displays text. Paragraph can be represented by backslash, and text is wrapped on paragraph boundaries. So, this is like, I think you can read about the methods. So, here are some, mm, these are some methods and properties. You can read about it, you can kind of use it, but we don't kind of go that deep into this control. We'll assume like it's just to kind of creating a text node and displaying some text. So that's how you can create, and you can kind of put it like this, or you can directly put. Fine. So that's brief. You can kind of go through this whole program to understand it better. You can read this whole documentation to kind of dig down into it. So see, these are constructor, and we have double X. So create an instead of text on given coordinates containing the given string. So it can kind of define the coordinates as well, like where you wanted to put that. So those things. We have just used this create an kind of create an instance and put the text. So that is we have used. That's it. Nothing much. So one part is done. Then let's take a look at text field and password field. So I'll kind of close the tabs, close tabs to the right. See, folks, the main purpose of showing you these things, visiting these websites, is like you kind of learn to find out things for yourself. Like if you are aware, not sure what this means and all, you can go ahead and search it out. So text field in JavaFX. So we have Geeks for Geeks, and again, so you can kind of read through any of the links. So here on GFG, you can kind of, it's opening. So let's take a look at. So text input allows the user to enter a single line of unformatted text. Unlike the previous release of supports, multi-line input is not available as part of text field. However, it is sole purpose of text area control. So single line, multiple line is not allowed in text area. We can add multi. Additionally, if you want to form rich text editing, there is also a HTML editor control. So there are a lot of things, right? So the text field is like, you can simply put some text, plain text, nothing much, in a single line. That's it. You can read some things from here as well. It's up to you, but that's enough. That's the only information we need. And then let's kind of do for password field. So password field in JavaFX control enables users of JavaFX to enter password which can be read by the application. Does not show the text entered into it. That's it. Instead it shows a circle for each character. That's it. Nothing much is needed. Now you can kind of read the Oracle documentation as well. See, why I'm kind of bringing you the documentation a lot of times is like, that's the best place. That's where everything as much as detail is there. So you can go. Like, so you can read about it. But as of now, assume just the simple thing. Take this word like, what should I say? Here only key. It's like password field does not show enter text. Instead, it shows a circle for each character entered. That's it. And we have seen this as well because here if you type something you're seeing circles, and here let's say I type Angad ANGAD, I can see that. Fine. So that's it. This login button is like, so let's see about buttons as well. So I can type button in JavaFX. Then a lot of options. Let's go with this official. So, a simple button control. Button control can contain text or graphic. Button control has three modes: normal, default, and cancel. These are like, so the basic and very important thing is like when a button is pressed and released, action event is sent. This is important. So whenever you press the button and release it, some event is generated. This action event, your application can perform some action. You can write some code to do something on this event by implementing event handler to process the action event. Buttons can also respond to mouse click events by an event handler to process the mouse event. Right. So that's the most important thing. Key on button will click and then we will run some code. So that's the most important part. As of now, we are not doing anything, but let's do it. Let's learn that part as well. So what I'll do is I'll kind of put one more label. So let's see now what label is. So let me, button now. Label, Label, label in JavaFX is a part label used to display short text or an image. You can read from here. So is label, as name suggests, label is component that is used to place any text information on the screen. It's mainly used to describe purpose of other components to the user, right? So I'll create a label here, label, message label equal to new label, and I am message. Hi. Let's keep it that simple. Fine. And now let's kind of add it to here. So what I'll do is I'll add it just before the button. So login page dot add, then message label, comma 0, comma 2, and then let me rerun the application. So slowly we are kind of moving step by step. So this high is showing. Now on click of button, I wanted to kind of modify the text, or let's say I type Anga there. And on click of this login, I want this Angad to appear. How can I do that? So on that case, the one thing is like on click of button, something is happening. So how we can do that? So let's go ahead and write it. So login button dot set on action. This is the method set on action. Then type new, a space, and then you can see this event handler action, and you can put a tab. That's it. This will give you a event handler, and then you need to kind of override this handle method. What I need to do now, so I wanted to fetch the text from this field, which is a username, and I wanted to put it here, which is a message label. So it's pretty simple and straightforward. So let's say string username equal to username text dot get text. So this is a method to kind of fetch text of this username uh, text field control. And then I wanted to put it on the message label. So message label dot set text, and then I can put username. That's it. Very simple. Kind of I'm fetching from this control and I'm putting it on this control. Get text, set text. Very simple methods, just like we have in Java. So let me run it. But this set on action is very important. It's very important. So let me type Angad here, ANGAD, and then I should click Angad should appear here. Yeah. Okay, I'm seeing username, so there must be some mistake. So I think I have put username text instead of username. So now it's fine. Okay, don't I have? Okay, uh, set login button dot set on action, and then I should say just name, simple, right? And then here also just name, and then here I can kind of take this username because of same fields. Okay, so this username is a label text field, and this is kind of a string, and this is a label. So now this is fine. Let's see. Okay, so let me type Angad here and then hit enter. Yeah, that's it. That's a success. So now we know like how we can kind of write events on click of button. So this is very important feature, like for login, for here you can kind of write anything, any big method, or you can call any method, anything, right? That's up to you. So this is very important milestone, folks. So always remember this, how I did it. So very simple. So login button dot set on action. That's the method on action. Login button dot set on action. And then I type new, and then I selected the first event handler. That's it. Or you can press tab. That should be good enough. So this is very, very important. So make sure you kind of write the things like this properly. And this is inside it. This is a very simple thing which we have done. You can do very complex things. It's up to you, right? So I think this is a good milestone, and kind of I can say that my login page is ready now. My login page is fully ready now, and I can kind of move ahead. Obviously, so if I see, I can like, let's go back to the requirement things. So here I can say this is my login page. So I can kind of type key ready, completed, or I can say ready, and maybe I can put it in green text, or maybe I can kind of try to find some good tick marks. I don't know whether I have it or not, but I can do that. So this is kind of, this is ready. Like we have completed this part, or let's better write completed. That looks good. COMP complete. So login page is complete. Now we need to kind of do the login logic and some table to store the customer data. We'll definitely do that. But let's kind of move to the header bar and create a header bar like as well. So on Amazon, if you see like everything has a header bar. So on Amazon, or let's say Amazon, let's say header bar's most important thing is this search button, right? So let's do that. So what I'll do is I'll come back to my application and then I'll write some code. So here now we have all those things in place for a login button. Now I'll kind of go and create another method. So private void create header bar. That's it. And now we will use some other things. Let's move ahead and kind of create a header bar. So just like I'll do it in same fashion as I did for login page. So I'll kind of, first of all, we need some control. Just like for login page, we used a grid pane. So for header bar, we use something like, because if you see the header bar, how it looks like, it is kind of a single line, right? So for that, we have seen there is a good control like hbox. So let's read about it first, hbox. Hbox is Java component is a layout component which positions all its child nodes components in a horizontal row. So it's like that's what I wanted, right? So I want to put everything in a horizontal row. So that's why I'll use Hbox here. And yeah, so arranges nodes in a single row represented by all these things. You can kind of read about these things, right? But kind of lets me go ahead and start doing it. So what I'll do, I'll write code. So I'll create here just like I have created a login page. So I'll create hbox uh, header bar, header bar. That's it. And now I must call this create header bar method here just to make sure that I don't get end up getting null again. So this is like create header bar. So public I can so on header bar what all we want. So if you see the what is the most important thing that is there. So the most important thing here is the search bar. Obviously sign in and everything is there and that is also important. But this is kind of really important. So I'll put a search bar first and then a button to search. Right. So let's go ahead and code it down. So for the search bar, I'll just use a simple text just like I used in login page. User this text field. So let me kind of do that. So I'll write text field search bar equal to new text field. And then I can set the prompt search bar dot set prompted text equal to search here. That's it. And then this part is done. Now let's create a button as well. So button search button equal to new button, and then put name search here. So SEARCH search name is here. These two parts are done. So obviously we will add a lot more things, but that we will do later. For the time being, let's stick to these two controls and move on. So now I'll create a hbox. So header bar equal to new hbox, and then I can say key simply key header bar dot add dot again get children dot add all dot add all. So I can add all the nodes. So I can simply say search bar comma what is the next search button. That's it. I added these two things. And the next thing that I need to do is I need to add this header bar to my this root. So for that I need to again do it key root dot set top, and I can say header bar. So that's it. Now the top position will be taken by header bar and rest everything will be covered by the body. That is login page. So let's do that. I'm running the application. Let's see what happens. Okay, this is something which we are able to see, and that's kind of really important. Obviously this is aligned on the left and those things are smushed into each other. So kind of let's fix that as well. So here I'll kind of go back and then say header bar dot set padding, and then I can say new insets, new insets, and I can say a 10 padding of 10 will be good enough. Also it is in the side, so I can say header bar dot set alignment, and then I can say keep pause dot center. So this thing is also done. So now let's see, things should be fixed. If not fixed, then we'll see why it is not fixed, right? So see guys, the coding and kind of building any application is kind of playing around C. So this is kind of not done. So that padding which we have provided, that is kind of to, if you see here, it is away from the heading, right? So that is for that. I hope you can see it. Like here, if you see, this is not touching the top bar. So let's see how I can put that. So header bar dot set h. Okay, so let's keep exploring. So here, let me put some value, and then we will kind of explore the constructors. So let me rerun it, and yeah, now there's a gap. So let me kind of go and kind of explore the H box more well. So close tabs to the right, and the best place to explore more is kind of the official documentation. And here I can find constructors, CUNSTRUC. Okay, so these are constructor. Create an HBox layout with spacing equal to 0. HBox layout with a specified spacing between children. So this is kind of really important. Create HBox with specified spacing between children. So the spacing is kind of important. Also, there are a lot of other methods. So let's kind of put a spacing. So this is what the spacing is that I have put here. So this is like the spacing, right? Between children. I think, let me see if there is some method for that as well. So I think dot set header bar dot set spacing. Yeah, so we have this set spacing method here. Also, I can kind of, let's say 10, and I can keep this as normal without any spacing, and I have set the spacing later, then also it should work. So let's see. Okay, running the application, and yeah, so the spacing is there. So this part is kind of done. And just to kind of show you like what this insets 10 means, so let me take some help from this login page and this set style, right? So I'll take it, and then I'll put it for our hbox as well. So here I'll put the header bar dot set style and gray. So you will see there's it is kind of giving a gap between the login page and the top bar. So okay, so it's like the header bar is taking all the space, and then there is the padding, right? I hope if you have worked, the padding is kind of whatever controls we will place, they will be away from the border. So it is away from the borders, right? So that's what this is. So we can reduce it, increase it, all up to us, right? So let me remove it. It's no longer needed. My header bar is kind of ready and functional again. So functionality wise, now we have a header bar, and that is fully functional. And then we have a kind of login page that is also fully functional. Obviously not fully functional, definitely. So this is header bar. This is search here. I can type anything. Obviously, we want this search bar to be a bit bigger. So for that, what we can do is like we can kind of we have a width functionality for the text, and we'll do that. Then I can say key search bar dot set width. So we have a set preferred width, and then here I can give a 80. So let's see if it, and then rerun it. So it should kind of grow. Okay, the application is the 80, it has become smaller, right? So let me give, instead of 80, I'll give 180. This will make more sense. So 180 means it should definitely be a lot bigger, but let's see. So our total width is what we can see from here. So it's like 800. So it will not be that. Yeah. So this is kind of 180. If I want more, I can kind of just increase this number. You can play it with these numbers, and kind of finally you can kind of set in such a way that it looks kind of fine and good. So this is it about it. And yeah. Okay, folks, so it's like now the header bar is also on the UI front looking good. Our login page is also on the UI front looking good. Now let's move ahead. Fine. So what I'll do is let's stop here, and then from the next tutorial or next video onwards, we will kind of go ahead into the more features. So this like login page header bar also I can say that this some parts are complete. I should say key at least this is our search bar is kind of complete, and then search button is kind of complete, and yeah, so that's how things are. Now we have to do a lot of things. Obviously this is not the end list, right? A lot more things will be added sequentially. So just let's stop here on this, and then we will kind of in the next tutorials we'll go ahead and like code the login functionality, make it functional, show the products and all. So here till now we have kind of developed this part of our UI. We have a login page and we have developed a search bar. And for that, it's like we have understood a lot of things. This, what should I say? The UI components, the what is this button and everything. And the most important part is kind of I have told you how, if you wanted to deepen your understanding, how you can do that. I hope you remember. Just go to the browser and type like let's say button in Java FX, and then you can kind of read about it from various sources. That's it. That's the best way to do it. Now, folks, let's move ahead. So when I say let's move ahead, so what is the next thing that we will do? So if we see here, like we have done with the UI of login, this is user interface, right? So we have done with the login page, and then here we have search bar, search button that is also there. So if you see the UI, this is the login page, this is search bar, this is search button, and yeah. So now let's go ahead and kind of do the most important part, like connecting to the database. Right, so let me kind of explain you some things and then we will move ahead. Fine. So let me open this my, and then it's like the next part is kind of connecting to the database. Um, yeah, connecting to database. Okay, so any application, folks, any application that you see in the world must store data, must store data. Any application must store some data in one or other the minor projects, right? Like Snake Ladder or maybe Brick Breaker game. There you don't need mostly like any real world application. Let's say you have a Snake and Ladder, and that is an online game where people can log in and play it, right? So there also you need to store login information. So mostly any application that we see around, any application in real life, they means 99% cases they must need some data, right? So how they store data? So how they can store data? How? How they can store data, right? So if we kind of try to figure out this how part, how they can store data, there can be several ways, like where they can store data in files, data in files, normal files, just like we have our folders, file explorer, like the files we save, just like these codes are also, this is also kind of data, so we are storing in files. And then we have databases. In databases also there are several types. So one is like RDB, relational databases, relational DB, where and then we have kind of non-relational or no SQL DB. So when we say relational DB, right? So it means database where the data, whatever you are storing, Here the data is stored in as rows and columns. Rows and columns. In tables. In tabular format. Format. Here generally the data is stored in as a key value pair. Non-tabular format. So that is generally a key value pair. Now let's kind of talk a bit more about these things. So in relational databases, we have rows and columns, which we will be using, right? And some examples. So let's say some examples of relational databases are like MySQL and we have Oracle, and then we have Postgres. So these are kind of examples of SQL DB, and these are also called relational or SQL DB, SQL. Remember, SQL and SQL both are same things, right? We just call it for simplicity SQL database. And here in NoSQL, a very famous one is MongoDB. We have Cassandra, and we have kind of Cosmos. So these are like non relational databases. So for this application, we just need to understand relational databases, and we will be using MySQL. This is the one which we will use. Yeah. So kind of I'll highly encourage all of you to at least understand about this one, MySQL. This is what we will use. So keep this in your mind. Yeah. So and in just to read a bit about like what is databases in general, read a bit about MongoDB, and also that you have a brief idea. Like in this interview of major project, databases is going to be very important topic. You can talk about a lot of things. So just read some a bit more about it. So these are kind of things you can read, and then now let's move ahead. Like in relational databases, so what we need to store. So now let's come to our project. This is like something in general. Now it's like correct. So what we need to store, what all we need to store. So the simplest thing you can see is like here we have some customer will log in, right? So they will must have a username and password. So at least we need to store that. There will be a lot of other things, but we need to store username, and another thing is password. And for storing those things, we use a database, and that will be MySQL. MySQL. So now let's go ahead and see. So remember, folks, so there are kind of a lot of things here. So if we see, we have a Java application. At one end, and then we have a database, MySQL DB. This is at other end, and for our application to work successfully, they need to communicate. So they need to kind of communicate. Yeah. So need to communicate. So our application should be able to talk to the database, kind of put some data into the database, as well as fetch some data from the database. So that's what we need. And how we will do that? So let's kind of, first of all, let's go and check out this MySQL part. So what I believe is, so these all things that we need to do, right? So we'll come to this part later, but as of now, let's go ahead and kind of create a database and then create a table for us. So what I understand, what I know is, like, you must have some classes on SQL, right? Some SQL. You have read SQL and you know things. So what we will do is, for storing our data, we will create table, and then we will go ahead and store data in it. And finally, we will kind of uh, make our database in the application talk to each other, or maybe application talk to the database. Fine. So let's do that. So first of all, let's complete one part. Like, we are going to create a table. That's what now we know. And we are going to store some data. So as of now, you can see, like, the customer need to log in. So obviously we need to work on this part of our requirement, which we have listed like this. Now the customer table, to store the data of the customer. So let's go ahead and try to understand. So come on. Now I wanted you to pause the video for a while and think what all data about customer that we need to store. So customer. So we need to kind of store data about customer. So what all data we need? That's the next question. So I want you to kind of pause the video and then think over it for a while. See what all data we will store about the customer. And if you are not getting any idea and also visit Amazon, you must have Amazon or Flipkart account, and see, like, in your account information, what all information that you have entered. So if you think for a while, you can find some data at least very easily. So let me kind of write a few of data that we need to store. So first of all is, we need to store a name, right? Or you can also bifurcate this name as first name and last name. And then email is a must. So email. And then, a phone number is also needed for a shopping website so that they can call you. So phone number. Or we can, instead of phone number, we can call it mobile. Then obviously a password is also needed. And then it's like a lot other things, like an address to send things. So address. Now there can be payment information. You need can So address also, see guys, there is very important topic. Address, if you see in Amazon and Flipkart, we store multiple addresses, right? So as of now, we will go move to have a single address only, but kind of store multiple address. Store. You can develop this feature to kind of store multiple addresses. So that's another part. Then you can think about a lot of things, right? Maybe what should I say? Mm, Name, email, mobile, password, then payment information, payment info, uh, all your credit cards, debit cards, even it has UPI and all now. So those things you can kind of store. So that's kind of, there the list can go along. You can view either Amazon or Flipkart to kind of build the list as much as you want, and then you can go ahead and implement all those features as well. But for the time being, we will stick with these many features only. We will even not kind of work actively on this payment info. I kind of leaving for you people to kind of do it. So that's how. So all these data we need to store. Now let's go ahead and kind of create a database in our create a database, and store these things. So the prerequisite for all this is you must have got a document where you have steps for installing MySQL Workbench. So for this, we need, yeah, certain things like MySQL database installed, MySQL or MySQL DB installed. Uh-oh. Yeah, MySQL DB installed. And also then we need MySQL workbench. So that's it all we need for working with our database. So let's go ahead and let me open my workbench. Yeah, so this is like my SQL workbench. I have clicked it and it's opening. It may take some time. Now the most important part is when you will install, you will have a local instance, right? So make sure you open this properly. What happens is sometimes people open something else and then start looking for options. So if you are not able to open it, make sure that you watch the video here and do it. So I'm opening this local instance. You may need to provide some password and all. So a lot of things I have worked on earlier, the query files and everything is saved here. So forget those things for now. If you're opening it for the first time, you will see here there is an option of administration and then there is an option of schema. So make sure that you stick to this schema. And just one thing from here, you can use new queries. I think, no, this is for creating a schema. Let me, don't This is for creating queries. Yeah, this is SQL. So this is how you can create a query. And so now I have opened a file for creating a query. And now guys, there is one thing. So schema, the word schema and database are like synonyms, almost same thing in MySQL. So this is an important piece of information. So when I say creating a schema, you can assume you're creating a database. Fine. Because those things are same here. So let's go ahead and create a database or a schema. So here, create a new schema in the connected server. So these are earlier I have created for classes and all. So this is like new schema. Now we will give it a name. So I'll give this name as e-commerce, COMMERC. So this is the name of my database, and then I'll click apply. So I just, from here, I selected like create new schema, and then I gave a name, e-commerce, ECOMMERC, and then apply. And then see, this is a command or a SQL script generated for it. So you can do it like you can run this script here. I'll copy it. All of you make sure you copy it as well, and then I click on apply. So this will be applied. SQL script successfully applied to the database and finish. Now, if I wanted to say by running queries, so I can say schema e-commerce, I think April, and then I can run this. So I can select and run this query. So see guys, these two are important options. From here you can run the query. So this is like execute. If I go and hover here, there is something you can see, execute the selected portion of the script or everything if there is no selection. So I have selected this and I'll click here. So you can see create schema e-commerce April. So you can see there is an e-commerce and there must be some e-commerce. So let me do a refresh. I think databases. Okay, I can't see e-commerce April. Okay, I think this is the option for refresh. Yeah. So e-commerce yeah, here now you can see e-commerce Apple. So we have this new database created for us. So both ways you can create the table and all everything. So this is like you can write a query and you can create it. Fine. So now this part is done. We have created a database for us that is e-commerce. Now do a right click and kind of set as default schema. So we are setting this as default database. So what does that mean? Ki whatever things now we will write in the query will work for this table. Because if you see there are a lot of other databases as well. So all these things like these features and all will work for this database only. It will not, it is not going to kind of be used for other databases. Fine. So now let's go ahead and kind of work on creating tables. Uh, so for that, I will come here on e-commerce and you can see there are options, tables, views, stored procedures, functions. So in the previous video, what we have done is kind of we have created a database, e-commerce, and then moving forward we have created a table customer, and then I have shown you how to create it via the user interface that SQL Workbench is providing, as well as uh, like via queries as well. And then we kind of inserted some data, but then we found out that duplicate email IDs can be inserted. We were trying to fix that, right? So let's do it. So this is like when I have told you about unique constraint. So you must be knowing the meaning of word unique. So unique simply means there cannot be any duplicate entries. That's it. So let's say, yeah, let's say there are 10 people in the class and 11 people in a class, and all the names are repeating except one. So that one which is not repeating will be a unique, right? So that's how we can understand it. And then I changed the table. I was trying to apply the unique constraint, and then this is kind of, it is adding a unique index. So when I tried to apply it, I was getting some error. So why I'm getting error is like, if we can kind of read this, like let's read the error properly. Executing, there was an error applying SQL script to the database. Duplicate entry for key customer mobile is there. So we have a duplicate entry for customer mobile, and that's why it is not allowing us to kind of apply unique constraint on mobile, right? So let's go ahead and kind of remove the duplicate entry. So how we'll do that? Well, pretty simple. We'll delete it. So first of all, let's see what all we have in the customer table. Fine. Select star from customers. Yeah, you can see the whole thing is duplicate, right? So I'll remove. So you must be knowing about delete command. So what I'll do is delete from customer where ID equal to 2. So I'll delete ID 2. That's it. So I'll run it. And then again I'll run select. Okay. So this now I have only one entry, and now I'll be able to change the table. So I'll go back to the table, and then I have already like email and mobile must be unique, and then apply. Script executed successfully to the database. That's done. Then finish. Now let's say if I wanted to insert the same thing again, let me try and see what happens. So I'll execute this, and you see there is an error. Insert into table error code, duplicate entry for customer mobile unique. Now let me kind of change the mobile. I'm changing it to 21, and then again I'll try. Again there is an error. Duplicate entry email. So as long as our email and mobile won't change, we will not be able to put any entry. So let me put Ankit here, and then mobile number I have already changed. Here also I'll put Ankit, and then I try to execute it. And now you see it's successful. One row is affected. Let me kind of run the select query to see it. So here select. So see guys, this is for running execute statement under keyboard cursor. So it's like what it will just execute one statement where your keyboard cursor is. So right now my cursor is here, and I can simply execute it. Okay, so now you can see we have two entries. This ID 15, it is auto generated. It generates with some logic. You can read about it, or you can leave it as well. So now we have fixed our table, right? And yeah, so now let me tell you something about database, some words and all which you will often see. So our customer table is kind of ready. We did a lot of things, right? So in databases, I don't know if you people are aware of this terminology or not, but there is something which we called CRUD. CRUD. If you know it, it's fine. If you don't know, I'll explain. So let me kind of write what are its like full names. So CRUD here, C means, so C in CRUD means create. Or let me write properly, create. Then R means read. U means update. And D means finally delete. So now what create means is like, here create means creating rows, right? So inserting data into table. Inserting data into DB, database, or you can say table. Anything, because inserting data into database, in database we have tables and we insert data into tables, right? So that's straightforward. Now read means viewing data. Viewing from DB. And now what update means, as usual, update means kind of update existing data, or simply we can say ki change values of existing data. And delete simply means remove data from database. Remove data from DB. So I think these things are clear. And now let me just, we did all those operations just in this. So the insert we did. With help of this insert, we have created rows. Now with help of select, we are reading it. So this is the read. Then with help of this delete command, we are deleting it. And now let me do an update as well. So for that, we have query like update. What is the table name? Customer. And then set, I'll say mobile, or let me choose password equal to ABC. 345, where id equal to 5. So this is an update. So what it aims is like this id 5 for Ankit. I wanted to change the password to abc345 from abc123, and then I'll run this command, and now I'll run select again. So now you see the password is changed. So this is update. And delete, as Angad, this was getting two duplicate entries and we deleted using this. So this is CRUD, folks. Create, read, update, and delete. And essentially, any application performs these operations on database. You can take example of anything that you wish. Doesn't matter, anything from any application. So let's say something that you use, let's say Facebook, right? So what are the things that are happening? Obviously Facebook have different type of databases and all. There can be different types, I have explained. But let's say what are the things that will happen. So let's say when you are kind of writing some new post, right? We create post in form of text, image, or video, anything. So that is like inserting some data into the database of Facebook, right? So kind of, let's say, let me write it here. So example face, or this will look better. So example Facebook. Okay, so what all we can see, like creating post, creating new post. This is equal to create or insert. It will insert some record into the database, right? And then it's like we modify and delete, right? With creation we can also update the post if we have typed something wrong, or we can also delete it sometimes. So that also happen. And at the same time, now whatever feed, which whenever we open Facebook and see all the things, the feed, so that is like read. So I can say Facebook feed. This is read. So now here, that's how we can kind of categorize. Key, this is our yeah. So this is our C, create, then this is U, this is D, and this is R. Fine. So CRUD, basically we are having CRUD operations C, R, U, and D. And that's how this is C, like creating a post, viewing feed, and then updating whatever you have post created, and then finally deleting those posts as well. So I hope you understand these things. Please read a bit more about it. This is important. And here in this application, kind of while writing code and learning about this project and all, essentially we are doing CRUD operations. So the whole purpose of this major project is to kind of make you people learn about CRUD operations and how actual hands-on experience with performing these operations. So I hope all of you have understood it. If not, take some time, watch the video again, see all the steps, see all these commands. Like this is our create, let create, this is our read, this is our delete, and this final one is our update. Yeah, the select queries, all the queries can vary. They can be very big, a lot of joins and everything. But these are kind of basic, very basic and very important things, right? So keep those things in mind. So folks, till now I'm done explaining the CRUD and all, and I'll highly encourage you people to understand these things in a bit more detail, and this can be asked in interviews. So now let me cover some more things about databases that you should read and know about it, right? And those things can be really helpful from interview perspective. So let me say database topics. Mhm. The database topics to read deeply, or to read, at least you should kind of decide for yourself, but it's better to kind of know these things, right? The first thing is kind of, let me, database topics to read. The first, and let me kind of list down things here. So the first and foremost thing is kind of normalization. So you should know like what is normalization, and then under normalization there will be several topics like normalizing tables into kind of 1NF, first normal form, 2NF, BCNF. So these are things. Then there will be, in this there will be talking about anomalies. So anomalies, there are insertion, deletion, and updation. So these are anomalies and you should kind of read about it. And then there are acid properties, acid. So uh, search about it and read about the acid properties. And then keys, Keys. So keys, when I say, there are a lot of keys, right? So we have primary key, then candidate key, then we have super key. So all these things are pretty important. Foreign key. So read these topics deeply and try to understand all the aspects of it. At least it's like if someone asks what is a primary key, what is a foreign key, you should be able to explain it properly, right? And then comes the topic of transactions. And post that, I think normalization, asset properties, keys, transactions, and finally you can kind of take a look at indexing. So in indexing we have primary indexing, clustered indexing, and secondary indexing. So these are kind of important topics from the database, and all of you should kind of give a read and should be knowing like what these topics are and should be able to explain. There is also one more thing, that is database schema. So when we say database schema, it means simply tables and relationship between tables. So these are very important topics from database. So make sure you read about those things deeply, right? So that whenever someone, these things are going to be very important from interview perspective. And whenever given a chance to kind of explain your project, you can kind of directly bring in these things in the explanation of project, because you have used a database, right? So you can easily bring those things and then show your knowledge about these. And these are kind of one time thing. Once you read it properly, you will definitely remember it, and then you can kind of use this knowledge. Also, like from working perspective, this is also very important if you know these things, because anyway, whenever you will work in a company, there will be some database and you will working on that database. So knowing the things and concept about database and all these things are really helpful. Fine. So this is kind of it folks about databases and all. So now if I see how much we have done from our requirements, so at least now we have a table, and in this table we have performed all the CRUD operations from here, from MySQL workbench. And now we need to kind of perform the CRUD operations from our actual database, right? So from our application, right? So this is our application. I think that's how our UI looks. And now we kind of will go ahead and implement the login functionality, right? We can implement the sign up functionality. So all those things. So that's kind of it, folks. So all the CRUD operations, remember about this, then read these topics and everything. These are fairly very important things. And why I'm emphasizing this too much is like, a lot of people feel that we have done a very small project, but that's not the case, man. The project which we are doing is pretty good. If we add only a few more things, it will become an industry grade project, right? Which like startups and all have their actual repositories like that. So this is kind of very important things. Read about it. And then now the next steps will be like kind of connecting this from calling this database, accessing the database from the our application, and then kind of performing the login operation. So let's stop here, folks, and kind of I'll highly encourage you to kind of go through these topics again and read it, and then see you in the next video where we will kind of move forward our development process. So in the last video we have discussed about CRUD operations and then what they mean, and I kind of explained you with an example as well. Then kind of I told you what all database topics you should be thorough and you should read. So I listed down all the topics. So make sure you kind of read those things. And now let's go ahead to move to the next step. So kind of what is next step? So when I say next step, I mean now you can see here we have two things. One is like yeah, and this is another. So this is application, our application. And so we can see this is our application. We have written some piece of code in Java language, and then we are running it. So we are kind of getting a user interface, which is we have built in JavaFX and a login page here. And now the second part is a database. So here in, let me open my SQL workbench as well. My SQL workbench, yeah. So in my, we have a database server, a local database server running. And in that, yeah, this is the one. And in that local database server, so we have a database or a schema named e-commerce. I think, yeah, the name was e-commerce, right? Yeah, e-commerce. Let me write it as I have written there. So database e-commerce running. So these are two things. Here our database is running and we can kind of clearly see like what all, I think we have created table, right? So this is like the table which we have created, and we can kind of easily see from like we have some data in this table. So this is a database is running, and then our application which is kind of also running. So these two things are there. Now the most important part is they are now till now they are not related with each other. So now in this tutorial, what we will do is like we will start communication process. So like how this application can talk to the database, application talking to database. So this is the most important task which we will be doing in this tutorial. So our application talking to the database. So when I say talking, what we mean? So we mean two things. One is like modifying database, modifying database. So what modifying means? Insert, then update and delete. These three things. And the another part is kind of viewing data. Viewing data from DB. So this is kind of select. So our application will essentially like see here we are running this query in MySQL workbench. So somehow now we wanted to run or fire queries from our application from this code and then want things to be executed here, right? So that's our next goal, that's our next target, and let's work on that. Fine. So I think all the things are clear till now, and let's move ahead. We have, so how we will do it, right? How we will do it. So how we will help or make our application talk to the database. So let's ask the question like how we talk, like how we are talking, like so with our friends and all, we talk using phone, right? Using phone. And it's like we have like you people must be attending live classes. So live classes using Zoom. So that's how. So what I'm trying to say here is like we need some medium. So here the medium is phone, which is allowing us to talk, and here that medium is Zoom, which is allowing us to talk. So similarly, we need some medium with help of which we can talk, right? So that medium for us here will be so for help application talk to the database, we have database connectors. And here for Java, we have JDBC. So when I say JDBC, it means Java database connectivity. So this is JDBC, and we will use a JDBC connector to talk to database. Talk or say connect. To talk is to connect. database. So there are two parts. Like we will use this JDBC connector. Definitely, that's for sure. And then we must write some code, right? So we will write some code. So let's go ahead and first write some code, and then we will download this JDBC software and kind of put it in our project, and then we'll talk. So first of all, let's go ahead and write some code. So I will go ahead and create a new class. So here I'm creating a new class, right click, new Java class, and I would say database DB connection. So basically this class will help us connect to the database. Now let's pause here for a while and ask us a question like what all we need for a connection. What all we need connection, or for connection to database. So pause here for a while, pause the video and think of the solution, like what all we need. You can think of anything in general. What is all that you need to connect to any place, like Google, Amazon, Flipkart, anywhere, right? So pause the video, think over it, and once you are done thinking, just resume it and then let's see the answer. We need like URL or location on web, or location like where we want to, just like google.com. Specifically I should say gmail.com, or amazon.com. So this is the URL or location. And then the two things which I think all of you can answer very easily. The next one is username or user ID. And finally, last but not the least, password. So these are the things we need for connecting anywhere in general. And these are the only things we'll need to connect to the database as well. Required for DB connection. Okay, so now let's go ahead and see things. So what is our URL, what is our username, and what is our password? So first of all, let me create a few variables here. So what I'll do is private, static, final, string. S should be capital, string, and I'll say DB URL. And now we need to kind of create some URL. Like what is the URL of our database? So that's the thing we need to figure out. So just like on web, we have www.amazon.com. So here, as I have explained you, we need a JDBC connector. And so our URL looks like we will have JDBC first. And then what is the database? So here we have MySQL database. So MySQL database. And then the next part will be like again a column, and this will be like what is the URL of the database, right? So let's go ahead and check it for ourselves if you wanted to. So here you can go and then in databases, click on manage connections. Then you will see this is the connection. This is host name. So this host name means local host. That's it. So 27.0.1 means localhost, and this is the port. So we need to kind of properly fill these details. So let's do that. I'll write localhost, and finally the port. So the port number is 3306. So let's check. What is it? Uh, yeah, 3306. That's the port number. So we have written it properly. And finally, the last thing, that is name of the database. So what is the name of the database? Here we can clearly see the name is e-commerce. So that we need to kind of type. So I'll kind of go here and type e-commerce, C-O-M-M-E-R-C, e-commerce. So JDBC, the connector name, the database name, and finally from here the URL starts, and this is kind of finally the database instance. Fine. So this is one part is done. Now the next two things, the username and the password. So again, private, static, final, and string username. And for most of us, if you haven't changed, the username is root. Initially, like while creating the database, you must have given it. Let's see here if we have some name or not. Standard. Yeah, you can clearly see the name is root. Fine. And the password that you have given initially while creating the database. Remember, this password is not the password we are using in the table. This is the password of the database which you have received while kind of creating the database. You must have put the password. So username is root. And then again, final, private, static, final, string, and then password. WORD, password. And the password for me is, I think, believe Angad 123. That this was the password for me. Yeah. So we have now these things. Now comes the question is like how we will make the actual connection. How we will make actual connection. So I'll write some classes and then kind of explain you how we can make the connection, right? So first of all, let's take something private, static, private. Oh, I think we don't need to give this static. It's even a non-static things can work. Let's allow us to create database. So I'm removing this now. Just let it be final. So private statement. Private statement, get statement. So what is this statement and all? I'll explain. Let me press Alt Enter to Control Z. Alt Enter. Create class statement. Okay, it didn't took. So what I'll do is I'll type here using, I think, import, then java dot sql dot start. You might see some error like this, and when you stay here you will see an option. So package is declared, but module this one does not read it, so it's not able to read. So add required directives, right? What is it and all, you can go deeply into it, but as of now just click add requires directive to module info, and I did it, and now I have this class. So make sure if you don't understand it, rewind the video and see it. Fine. Okay. So this private statement, get statement, and here now I'll create a few things. So first of all, I don't know if you are able to, the try catch blocks or not. If you don't know, then try to learn it. And then I'll do a return null. Now we have a connection. Connection con equal to new driver get connection, db URL, comma, username, comma, password. Okay. Cannot resolve symbol, get connection, remove. Oh, sorry, this. So we have a driver manager class, and this driver, you can kind of stay here for a while and you will see the basic service for managing set of JDBC driver. So this is like a driver manager is class to manage JDBC driver, provides another way to connect to the database. JDBC drivers which contains colon. So you can read from here, right? And if you wanted to kind of so you see here, as a part of finish, the driver manager class will attempt to load available JDBC driver while using these things, right? If you wanted to read a more bit about it, you can go ahead and read it, else this is also fine. So this is a class which will help us access the driver. And obviously driver is that we will download and add to our code. So this is a connection, and then now return connection dot get statement, create statement. So what is this connection? Let's read it. So connection or a session with a specific database. So it's like a session, like you can assume a particular session with a database. SQL statements are executed and results are returned within context of a connection. So we can kind of execute SQL statements and all with help of connection. Fine. So here I'm creating a statement to kind of execute queries, right? So three things: driver manager. This get connection method will create a connection for us, a connection of a connection class object, and here this will give us a statement class object. So what is statement? Let's see. So the object used for executing a static SQL statement and return the results it produces. So static, like the queries which are fixed, so it will kind of execute it. If you wanted to read more about it, please go ahead and give it a read. So these things are done. So this class will kind of give us a statement. Now comes the next thing, like if we wanted to execute the actual query. So I'll write public result set get query table, and then I'll pass query. So string query, and this will be kind of used to execute actual queries. In the end, I'll return null, and then I'll write the try catch block, try. If you don't know this try catch and all, read about it. Exception E, and then finally E dot print stack trace. So this is kind of try, and here I will kind of create a statement. So statement, oh sorry, I typed why statement equal to get statement, and then return statement dot execute query, and then I can kind of give query. So this will kind of provide a result set. So this will execute a select query and then gives us the result set. So you can say what result set is. So in a way, result set is this represent. This is what a result set is. So result of a select statement is generally a table, and result sets are kind of table type data type, you can say. So here it has returned the result set. So I think the one part, like coding part, is done. Now we have coded. Now let's go ahead, create a main method and try to run this. So I don't know whether if you are aware of these shortcuts or not, but in IntelliJ, if you type PSVM, public static void main, and then hit a tab, you will get main method created. So I have a main method, then I'll create an object of db connection class, db connection con equal to new db connection, and finally I'll call con dot result set rs equal to con dot get query table, and I can simply pass the very simple query which is here already, select star from customer. That's it. So I'll paste my query here, select star from customer, and that's it, I'm done. So this rs is resulted, and I can say very simple thing, if we are able to get something here, so if rs not equal to null, then we can simply say s out, and then connection successful. And if that doesn't happen, we can say else connection else s out, and then connection failed. So that's it, folks. And now let's try to run it. Let's try to run this. So I'll hit the run button. Maybe I'll take this current file, or maybe here I have run. So I'll click here, run db connection.main. Okay, you see a lot of red error, right? So see, no suitable driver found for this. It's like, when the driver manager is kind of trying to load a driver, it is not able to find any driver. So you may face this error, and now you see connection failed. So for this, now we need the driver. So now I'll go to the driver which I was talking here, this JDBC connector, right? So I'll go and download it. So I'll type JDBC connector Java, and the first link, download connector J. So I'll open it, and this is the URL. Remember, my dev.mysql.com downloads, and then connector and J. So here you can connector J, the version and all, everything. MySQL. So the most important thing is here the platform. So I'll select platform independent. All of you select that. And then there are two, one zip archive and a tar archive. Just go ahead and download it. No, just start my download. So this download has started for me. Now this is a very small file, and it will be kind of done very quickly. So now I'm kind of opening it to show it in folder. Okay, show in folder. Okay, let me open here. So this is kind of yeah. So this is my connector J, and now what I'll do is we need to extract this. So extract all and extract. So the process has started, and the extraction will complete pretty soon. So once this extraction is complete, meanwhile, here in our project directory, we need to create a new folder. So here I'll click on e-commerce, do a right click, new, and then directory. I'll give this directory name as lib. Enter. So now you see with src, now I have an lib as well. And when I'll see, I think it may take some time. So anyway, the extracted will be like there in your folder, and let me kind of use an already extracted one. I think that should be some extractor MySQL. I don't know. I need to see. Anyways, let it get extracted. Yeah, I think here you can see MySQL connector J and a lot of things. So in the extracted thing, this is the most important. This is the one thing that you need to copy, MySQL connector J, this one. I'll do a right click and I'll copy this. I'll go back to my code, and on the lib folder that I just created, I do a right click and then paste. And this prompt will come, just I'll say okay. So now you can see that this connector J has come. Remember, you don't need to copy the whole file or whole zip. Just this, after the extraction, just this one is needed, nothing else. So this is one step, like I downloaded the connector, JDBC connector, and I bring it to my project, the jar file. And next thing is attaching it properly. So now I'll click on file, and then, okay, this is fine, I don't need it. So file, and then there is an option project structure. You can see here project structure. So I'll click on that, and then you can see a lot of things. Here you need to go to modules, and in modules there are three things: source, path, and dependency. So you need to go on dependencies. Then here you can see the plus button, click on add, and then jars or directories, and then you can see your project. So open it, open the lib, and click here, click on this, the MySQL connector J, okay, apply, and then okay. So now we have linked this jar properly in our project. Now let's see what happens while running this method. Run. So mostly if everything is fine, then we should be able to make connection to the database, or if there are some errors, we'll see to it. Okay, connection successful. So folks, this time we are able to successfully connect to our database. So this is the database, and this is the application. So what I did, I created a class, I gave username, password, this driver manager kind of created a connection for me, and then this connection, with help of the connection, I created a statement, and using that statement I executed the query, that is select star from customer, and here rs is not null, means there is something must have been returned in rs, and then I just printed that connection is successful. That's it. Now all of you, I want you to kind of read about this class. So what all you need: driver manager and its get connection method, read about it. How you can read? Very simple, folks, as just like we used to read earlier. So driver manager, Java, SQL, driver manager, Java. Yeah, you can see. This is basic service for managing set of JDBC drivers apart from blah 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 blah. A lot of things, right? There should be static connection. Then you can find the get connection method. Let me see. Get connection. See. So attempts to establish a connection to given database. The driver manager attempts to select an appropriate driver from set of registered JDBC driver. So registered, you know. So what all we did is like we registered a JDBC driver with us, and then so you can read about it, right? So this is the, and then do same thing for this connection class, statement class, and result set class, and then your database part connection will be completed. So let me stop here, folks. Make sure you read about it properly, and make sure you understand, because this is most important part, right? Like how we are connecting to the database, the software we use, JDBC connector. So make sure you understand all the things properly, and if you have any doubts and all, obviously there should be some way to kind of clear your doubts and all, so reach out to that. Okay, folks, so finally I'm ending on the note that we are able to build a successful connection. So in the run you can clearly see connection successful. So that's one thing we are completed. Hello folks, welcome back to the next video. So in this video, what we will do is we will kind of implement our login logic. So till now, we have created the user interface of our login page, and you can see it, the user interface is ready. And then it's like we have also created a database, we have created customer table, and kind of we have also performed CRUD operations on customer table from SQL MySQL workbench, right? So now the most important task goes is like how we are going to kind of develop this login logic. Fine. So code wise, we have already used like database connection. So we have created a database connection class, and here we have result set and everything. So now what we will do is like we will use this to kind of perform the login operation. So let me go ahead and create a class for it. So I'll go right click here and new and Java class, and I'll give this name as login. Fine. Okay, so I have created the class. Now what I'll do is, so this is a class and it will handle all the features for login. So let's go ahead and kind of implement it. So what I'll do is, what will happen eventually is, like this is the user interface and this is here we have things in our database. So finally we need to kind of integrate it, right? So how our application will talk to the database and we will perform the login operation. So let me start code. So I'll create a function. So I can say public boolean and then customer login. And what I need, obviously I need username and password. So string username or username or user ID, we can call anything, and then string password. So these are the two things which we need, and now we want this function to handle, to take care of things for us, right? So how we'll do it? Return false. Okay. What we will do for the time being is like let's do this key how our function will work. So what if essentially we need to do is like we just need to do this thing, this operation, and from what should I say, from my SQL workbench, right? Select star from customer where email is this and password is this. This will be the simple query which you know from your SQL knowledge. So just I'll kind of take this query and put it here. So what I'll do is key string login query, or I can simply say query equal to, I pasted this as a text. And now what are things that we need as parameters, right? So you can clearly see that this name, this should be parameterized. So I will do that. Okay. And here I'll put username and I'll parameterize the password as well. So password. So now my query is ready. Select star from customer where email equal to is equal to username and password equal to password. And now we just need to fire it. So how we can fire it? Simply. So let's create a database connection object. We already have this DB connection and we have the feature. We have also tested it with some basic query. So now I'll use this. So I'll create an object, database connection, DB connection equal to new database connection. So I have created, and now I'll again like use a try catch, try and then catch exception e dot print stack trace. And here what I'll do is I need to fire the actual query. I'll use that method. So connection dot get query table and I'll pass my query here. Fine. So all of you are aware of this method properly. We have used this method in our database connection class and we have tested it, right? So we can kind of move ahead with that. So this done, and this needs to be saved somewhere. So I'll create a result set rs equal to, fine. And so this is completed. I have tested it, and how I will check if the value is valid or not. Fine. So let's say if you wanted to check from here, so let me change the password and see what happens. So the password is now wrong, and I'll fire the query. So you see there are no rows. So if in case we are not getting any value here in this result set, then I can say key there are no values. Fine, means the login is failed. So here I can say if rs dot next. In case there's a value exists, then return true. Fine. If not, then it will come here and it will return false automatically. So this part is kind of done, folks. Maybe we can test this as well. How we can simply test is like we can create a main function. Let me write here psvmp. I don't know whether you people are aware of this shortcut or not, but this is kind of really important piece. psvm, public static void main. And if I hit enter, so I'll get this code generated for me. And here I can create an object of login class and then call this method to test it. So I'll do it. So login equal to new login, and then I'll simply s out and then login dot customer login. And here I need to pass the username and password. So username is same angad@gmail.com, and the password goes like abc123. Fine. So this is fine. Let me see if I can run this. Okay, there are some issues. Anyway, we'll fix them, but let's focus here on our login. Okay, so let's go ahead and test this. So what I'll do is I'll kind of run this method and see what we are getting in the output. Okay. So this is true. So you see the whole flow, like we are using this database connection class result query method to kind of query our database. So here the login.customer get login, and when username and password is correct, we are getting true. So let me kind of change the username. I am changing Angad to Angad1, and I'll run the application and see what happens. What should happen? Just think for a moment. It should fail, right? So now it is false. Again, even if I change password to something like abc1123, then also, so unless the user ID and the password both are correct, it is going to give false, and when both are correct, it will give true. So that's what this is, kind of the basic login functionality. And yeah, so this is like one part of our login functionality. Fine. So now we need the next part, like how we will integrate it with our UI. But you know, as we have talked, once like when some customer log in, we wanted to show here that customer's information, right? Like welcome, let's say I'm logged in, so welcome Angad, welcome Anil or Amit, anything. So the name of customer, right? So for that, let me do a few things. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and I will create a customer class for that. So that whenever instead of this normal Boolean, we are able to return a customer object, right? So right click, new Java class, and I'll name this class as customer. And this class should be look like something like how this uh, table is looking. So name, email ID, mobile, password we don't need. So let's stick with name, email, and mobile and ID, right? So let me go and create the variables. So int ID, then again string, name, email, and mobile. Fine. Now let's make them private. No point in keeping them outside. So private. Here also int private. This part is done. So this is now, and now I need a constructor. So I can write a constructor, but there are some shortcuts to generate constructors as well. So I'll do a right click and then generate. Here I'll click on constructor, what all variables I wanted for all the variables, and then okay. Ready-made constructor is ready. So this is how, folks, the IDs helps us, right? So make sure you use these features. Now I want getter as well so that I can get information out of the class. So I'll do a right click again, generate, and this time I'll select getter. I want for everything and okay. So now I have all the getters. So I hope all of you know what is getters and setters are and have very clear idea about these things. If you don't, please revisit your Java classes so that you can get it. So this is like getter setters are simple methods using which you can get the values of class variables, methods, variable like member attributes of a class, or the setters are method using which you can set some values to those variables, right? So these are kind of auto-generated getter methods. Fine. So now I have created this class. Now what I'll do is here, instead of in this DB connection, oh no, sorry, in this login, instead of returning a boolean, let me return a customer. So I'll change the data type to customer, and then if the login fails, it will return null. And in case the login is successful, right? In case the login is successful, then we should be able to return a proper login like customer object, right? So let's me go ahead and create a customer object here. So here what I'll do is if rs.next, I'll create return new and then customer. And I will, so how I'll kind of create a new customer object, right? So, we have this result set and we need to kind of fetch values out of this result set. So let me see if we have done it here. No, we haven't done it. So how to fetch values, right? So we have some methods in result set using which we can fetch values from the result set, right? So rs dot, we have get, you can see a lot of get int, get byte, get short, a lot of things. So int, so get int means like it will get a data of integer type, and here our in database our id is of integer type, so we need an int. And there are two ways to fetch put it out. So one way is to kind of to use the column names, and the other way is to use column numbers. So here we will use column names only. So in my code I'll type customer.getIn and here id, column label id, right? So this is one parameter. Then another, again rs.get. So folks, make sure you spend some time understanding this get int, get string methods, get string, and then again I can say key name, maybe. Then here again I can say rs dot get int, what is the next variable name, id name, email. So I can put email here. Oh no, it's not it, email is also string, right? So get string and then email. And then last but not the least, column is mobile, right? So rs dot get string and then finally mobile. So this is how we can fetch data from the result set, each item by item using the these names, right? They must be same as these names, right? If they are different, then you can't. There will be errors. You can kind of pause the video, try this, and kind of change the names, change some column name, and you can have fun with errors, right? So that is done. Now let's go ahead and test it. This one as well. So here I now need to make some changes. Uh, this is now no longer a true or false. So I can say ki customer equal to login dot customer login, and I can again basically I can call the same method without any hassle, right? So let me do that here. Yeah. So login dot customer login, and we have it. Fine. And let's print something. So as out, I can say welcome, and then let's try printing the name. So customer dot get name. Simple enough. Okay. So now let's run this code and see if we are able to print the name of logged in customer or not by using the method. So I'll again kind of run it. Yeah, welcome Angan. Congratulations, folks. So like we have now completed one step kind of. We are able to display the name of customer, and that's how something we like to display on the user interface. So the last thing which is left is kind of to integrate our logic with the user interface. Okay, folks. So now let's go to the user interface and make some changes so that we can kind of integrate this user interface of ours to our logic of login. So let me go to the user interface class, and first of all, to store the details of customer who is login, I'll create a variable. So I'll name this as customer logged in customer. So this is a variable I have created, and now kind of I will go ahead and use this variable. So what we are doing is on click of this action button, earlier we were printing some names and all and hi here, right? So now we will modify that logic. So let me go to the click of that create login page. So here we have that login button dot set action. So now let me go and fetch the password as well. So string pass equal to password dot get text. So I get the password as well. Now let's create a method, an instance of login class. So login equal to new login. Fine. And now we can say ki logged in customer equal to new equal to login dot customer login. And I can pass user ID, username. Oh no. Here name. Remember, username is kind of text. So name, comma, password, pass, and that's it. Kind of the name and the password are now, and here it will give. Here there will be two cases. So first is like there may be a successful login, and there may be a failed login as well. So in as per our method in login, right? We clearly know that if it is successful, there we will have some actual object, or if it is failed, we will get a null. So we can simply check here in our user interface if logged in customer equal to we can say not equal to null. If it is not equal to null, then we can do a lot of things, and else we can kind of say key, we can put a message here, key message label dot set text, and we can simply say key I think this is our message label, right? So instead of hi, we can say key mm, wrong username, logged in failed, login failed. Please provide correct credentials. Fine. So this part is done. And now let's me try to and let's say unsuccessful. Let me kind of say just for the timing, just give the message key login successful. Or simply I can say welcome, welcome, and then name of the customer. So I can simply say key logged in customer dot get name. So this should be good enough for the time being. Let me run the application. Obviously, you are supposed to develop the sign up functionality. So is it running? Okay, I need to run this e-commerce app. Okay. So on sign in, we are able to see like this information. Let's say I click login. Welcome, Angad. Let me change the username to something else. Login. Login failed. Please provide correct credentials. Let me again change something to the password. Login failed. Let me correct the password and again the login is successful, right? So in this way, the login is fine. Now, obviously, for product page, for the other things, we need to do a lot of things, but the login is kind of now working perfectly. Now here, based on your requirements and all, you can change the code as much as needed, right? Okay, folks. So here I just changed the message a bit. Please give correct username and password. And with this, like I think we have tested this functionality on the UI as well. So like when I will unsuccessful welcome and then if something else, then it's like please provide correct credentials and then I change the message to please give correct username and password. So with this, our login functionality is complete. You can test it with other things, other usernames, passwords, and everything, and kind of do it. And then, like later, we will develop more features and then kind of properly place our UI. So that will be done later. So we have completed our login logic. So let me correct it, put a right tick here, and then now we will move forward. So moving forward, what all that we need to do? So, the customer part is there. Now we have a customer in our application. And the next most important part is having the product. So obviously we need to do all three things for the product. So, and in this application, we will kind of display product in tabular format. So let's go ahead with kind of things with product table, like all three things, like creating a product table in the database, showing those data, and then writing logic to fetch data from the database and show it to the UI. So let me go below. And I think from here we can start. So let me write product. Finally, now we are at product. And here, the first and very important thing is like we will display products in tabular format. So this is very important thing. So when I say tabular format, it will be like rows and columns. So we will have something like this, and then there will be and then it's like there will be rows and columns. So let's say we have a few columns. What actual number is, we'll decide when we'll write things. Okay, so yeah. So let's say then we'll have some headings. So let's say H1, H2, H3, H4, and then we will have rows. So here we can have one row, and then again there will be kind of a line. Then again there will be lines, so on and so forth. So that's how our table will look like, and then we will have different data and all, right? So that's what we want to achieve, and for that we have to do a lot of things. But let's start this from database. So first of all, let's go ahead and create a product table. So let's go ahead and create product table in database. So let's do this first, and then we will move to the next. So I think now you have put enough time to think about what all columns and things that you can have in the product table. Now let's write down a few. So uh, you must have included product name, right? Name, which is very important. And then price, that is also very important. Obviously, having number quantity, this is also very important piece of information. So product name, price, quantity, and yeah, these are kind of very important thing. Obviously, you need some ID as well. And apart from that, you can think of a lot number of things. So let's say different sizes of some product that you can kind of think about, like reviews. Then you can kind of think about, we have some images, some video. Then let's say other thing is like ratings, uh, question and answer. Then I think customer images. So when I say customer images on Flipkart and Amazon, you can see like a lot of people has uploaded images of the product that they have found, right? So it's better to take those things as well. Also, along with product name, price, quantity, and ID, we need a description. And description can include general description as well as features. So these are the things that we need for kind of proper details about products. Now let's go ahead and create a product table for us in the database with some of these. So let's say we must include the product name, price, quantity, ID, description. And then, I leave all these below things for you people to kind of add more features. So I'll highly encourage you to at least add some things. At least you can try adding images and all. That will be great. So let's go to my SQL workbench, and here now I'll go ahead and create a product table. So right click, create table, and then I can go ahead, I can give name as product, and then I need to add columns. So first column will definitely be ID without any doubt or anything. So let's give that. And yeah, okay, so now we have an ID here. Yeah, ID. And the integer, I have already explained this pk, that is primary key, not null, and auto increment. So I'll click all this because it's going to be the primary key. And then I can say product name. I can say name. And then here I think 100 characters will be good enough for a product name. Making sure it's not null. We don't want our product name to be null. And then let's say product description. Description, we can kind of give key, let's say 200 or something, let's say 500 characters, and allow this to be null. Then price, which is very important, price, and let's give it as decimal. So in the decimal, let's keep it as 10 comma 2. So the 10 comma 2 means there can be 10 digits, and out of that 2 digits will be like in decimal. So it's like 10 comma, we will have 8 digits in normal numbers, and then we'll have 2 digits in decimal. So that should be good enough, I think. And price also must be not null. And then quantity. And so quantity, let's keep this as an integer, and make sure it is also not null. And if in case we are not providing any quantity, then keep it as 1. That's it. So a default value for quantity, like just let it be 1 if user is not providing anything. So yeah, so now we have these things. And anything else, see, there are a lot of things you can add, as I have told. So as of now, I'll just stick to these things, and then maybe later you can add more things. So let me click on apply. Script is generated for us, and then apply. Fine. So finish. Now we have a product table with these name, ID, description, price, and quantity. So let's go ahead and kind of add some products. So I need to now write an insert query. So I think all of you know this. So we just need to do it for products. So insert into product. Let me refresh it so that I can get tables. Refresh all. And then in tables, I have product as well. So insert into product. And what are the columns we want? We have, so here, you can kind of open product table, and then you can open the columns. So we have ID that we don't need to give. We need to give a name. Then let's forget about the description, give price. And then quantity, leave quantity as well. We'll just give name and price, and maybe let's give some quantity. Yes, 10 for the time being. Quantity, and then values. So here, let me take my first product as kind of Lenovo X1 ThinkPad, a laptop. And then price, I can say 1,20,000. And then quantity, I'll say maybe 50 pieces. So this is kind of all the information. And then let's go ahead and enter this information in the database. So I'll run the query, and you can see that here this changes has been applied. And now I'll write a select query. So again, select star from product, and I'll run it. So now we have one data, Lenovo ThinkPad, price 120,000, and quantity 50. That's great. Let's say if you wanted to add some description and all, we can kind of do that as well. But let's leave that part for the time being. Now let me add some more other things. So here Lenovo X2, and maybe ThinkPad, then 110 or 30,000. Let me add that. Yeah. And now I can run this. So we have, and then let me kind of change it to an iPhone 12 Pro, and let it be 110,000, and the quantity should be only 10, and run it. So yeah, and finally the select. Okay, so we have three things. You can just modify this query and add more products. So I'm leaving that part. So one part is done. So if I go back to my list here, we have kind of done this part. We have created a product table in the database, and we inserted some value into that. And all the CRUD operations we have provided in the done in the customer table. So I'm leaving that part. So this part is now done. Now let's leave this part for the time being and go and focus on kind of displaying the product page. Fine. So I'll go back to my code, and here in the code, I'll create a new class. So I'll give name as new class and product. And I'll write some, I'll create some properties, right? So let's say private, simple, integer property ID. Now, what this property is, let's go to the browser and try to understand it briefly, and then we will move ahead. So in JavaFX. So you know what is, so go ahead and see. So where is it? This class provides full implementation of a property wrapping of int value. So what is property? Let's check. Base property. Generic interface that define methods to all writable properties independent of their size. Okay, so kind of let's go somewhere else to understand it in a more simple way. So property, simple integer property. Okay, same thing. And simple, let's see. So, you know, these are kind of wrappers. Okay, so I think let's kind of stick there. So these properties are, you can give some more time to kind of read about it. Maybe this OpenFXIO, this is also a good one. So here, okay, this is also same. So this class provides full implementation of a property wrapping value of int. So here property wrapping is kind of, it wraps the values and it's to display in the kind of table views and all, right? And it may have some extra features. So that's it. Let's go back, and if you wanted to understand more about it, kind of do some search, try to understand what properties are, and then moving ahead, what integer properties and all, right? So that's it. Let me move ahead back here. So this is a simple integer property, and similarly we will have so we will create the data items which are kind of equivalent to here. So we'll create an ID, name, and price. Let's stick with just three, and then we will take care of rest later. So again, private, simple, string, property, name, and then again private, simple, double, property, and that is price. So we have three things, and now just on we need to generate getters and setters. So you already know how you can generate getters and setters, so let's do that. I'll click on generate, and then getters are important, so I'll click on getters, and then I want for all of these. Okay, so now you see get ID, and this is giving ID property. This is get name, and this is giving the name property. So I don't want properties, I just want the actual value. So I'll delete these property getters. And now I'm done. So we have ID, name, and kind of price. So all these three methods. And now I want a constructor. So let me create a constructor as well. Generate. So guys, these things are very, very important. It avoids writing a lot of code. So now I'll click on constructor. I want constructor for all of these, and okay. So now you see, so it generated constructor in terms of properties, but I don't want that. So every time it may not work, right? So I'll kind of give int id and then string name and again double price. And from here I need to create new properties. So this dot id equal to new simple integer property and id. And now here again new simple string property name, and here as well new simple double property, and that is price. So I have created a constructor. So pretty simple, we haven't done much here. So we haven't done much here, just created a class and some properties, that's it, and some variables. This is kind of to make sure that we are able to view this in the table which we'll create. So now let's go ahead. So how we will kind of view the products in the UI, we are moving to this part. So let me explain that. So I have already explained kind of how we will display in the tabular format. So now we are creating the product and class to kind of create items for this table. And now let me move ahead and kind of create another class here. So new Java class, and I'll name it as product list. So here now I need to kind of this will be actually like we will create a table and then kind of show it in the UI. So for that sake, we have a new kind of data type here. So private table view. So we have a table view. So like with help of this, we can view the tables, and then I'll give product as its type. So this will kind of every row and all will be of product type. So table view product, and then I can say key table view product and product table. Table view product table. That should be good enough. So this is one thing, and now we kind of need to create the table and all, right? So I'll kind of say I'll write a function. Mm, and we have already seen so how we will put the table and all that is, but let's go ahead and first create that table. Fine. So private, and then I'll take vbox. So what is vbox and all, we'll see it. Private vbox, create table. So let's go ahead and kind of create the table part. So here we need a few things to kind of put into the table view. So the first thing we need is there are columns, and the next set of things is kind of data. So let's kind of bring those things together and do it. For the data, we'll as of now use dummy data. Okay. So here I'll create very simple table, very simple, and then just show it in the UI. Fine. So let me create a column table column. I'll say id equal to new table column and id. So folks, this is very important. This is equal to, this must be same as this id. No, sorry. This id we are getting here, it will be displayed. So I'll give id and capital, and then now the binding column. Because see, this table is of product type, so we need to bind all the data variables of member fields of product. So again, id dot set cell value factory equal to new property value factory, and here we will kind of give that id which we wanted to bind. So that's an ID. Now just take one more table column, name equal to new table column, name. And then what I'll do is simply name dot set cell value factory, new property, property value factory, and here name. So these values are of actual name. This ID and this name are referring directly to here ID and name. So let's just keep it as simple as possible. Now what I'll do is I'll kind of go ahead and create a new table. So product table equal to new table view, and then we need some data as well. So here let's go ahead and kind of create the columns are created. Let's go ahead and create some dummy data. So here we have a different types of list. So we have observable array list, observable list, and the type is again product equal to fx collections dot observable array list. So this is kind of the name is data, and we got it. And now we need to add some data. So adding data means we'll add some new objects of this product class. So what I'll do is data dot add, and I'll say new product, and I'll say the name, and let's give ID as 2 and name as Angad, or maybe iPhone, and price as something number, and this will be good enough. Then again data dot add, I'll add one more object, new product, ID equal to let's say 5, and then laptop, and then let's say some price. That's it. So I have added 2 more elements. Now the point is key, add those things to the table. So product, so set. So now I'll create a new product table. So product table equal to new table view, and then product table dot add items, add we have a set items. So product table dot set items, and I'll pass data here, and then the columns. So product table dot get columns dot add all, and I'll say ID and name. So I have kind of created a table. Here I have added the data, and then finally here I have kind of added the columns, and now I'll just create a VBox. So VBox equal to new VBox, and then simply VBox dot get children dot add and product table, and simply return it, return product table, return VBox. So that's it. The method is very simple. We haven't done much. But yeah, let's go ahead and kind of call this method in the user interface and add it to our page. So what I'll do is here I'll create an object of product list. Product list equal to new product list, and finally I'll create a product page as well. So VBox product page. So this is also done. Now I'll do very simple thing here. I'll kind of remove the login page for the time being and add the product page. So root dot, I'll call this method product page equal to product list dot get. I think the method must be private. Yeah, it's private. So make it public and create table. That create table. We have this. What happened? VBox. Oh, sorry. This is not this is product page, not product list. Okay. So this is done, and simply root dot set center, and then I can say product page. So that's it, folks. Now let me run the application and see if we have some things on the board or not. Let's stop here. Okay. So now ID and name, iPhone and laptop, we are able to see, we are able to click. So congratulations, folks. Now we have displayed some dummy products with very few columns. Obviously, we can add more columns, add more details here at any point of time. But this part is very important. Like that's how we will kind of do anything. So let's say you wanted to kind of display any type of table. So for that, create a class and create related properties. In properties, you don't have to think much. You just need simple and then the data type you want and property. That's it. Then go ahead and create a constructor for it. And finally, create the getters. Once you are done with that, kind of move a step ahead and create a class which can create a table for you and then add columns to that table, create some columns for the table and bind the actual values of the class you just created as property value factory, then add some data of that type, and finally just set that data, add the columns and return it in some layout. That's it. So that's all which needs to be done for kind of displaying products or displaying any data in tabular format here in JavaFX. So let's stop here. Thanks for watching. I highly encourage all of you to spend some time, kind of read about all these new data FX Java FX elements, and kind of then go ahead and move with the next video. So in the previous one, we have kind of created a table in the database and then kind of finally uh, displayed some dummy data on the UI. Now let's take things forward. So first of all, what we will do is kind of try to understand things. So here in the previous video, we have already taken a look, not deep, but a brief look about properties. They are kind of a wraparound of our basic data types. So that's it. And then let's go ahead and see a few more things about this, the table view, table column, and all that. So let me take it. Let's move to the browser and then a table view in JavaFX. So the JavaFX table view enables you to specify the default sort order of a table view. Okay. The items in the table view will be sorted according to the until the user clicks the table column default order. Yeah, so it's saying let's go ahead and let's take a look at official Java. So the table view control is designed to visualize an unlimited number of rows of data broken out into columns. Simple. So it is designed to visualize rows of data into columns. A table view is therefore very similar to list view control with addition to support for columns. Right. For example, how to create table view, refer to the creating table view control section below. Table view has number of features, so it has, so see, the very most important thing is kind of to visualize, let's forget about unlimited number of rows of data broken out into columns. That's the most important thing, right? Now powerful table column API, so supports cell factories to easily customize cell contents in both rendering and editing states, right? So section of these are width and all, a lot of things, different resizing policies, so a lot of things. But for us it's simply like we can display data into rows and columns, and then maybe if wanted we can try to understand other properties and all. in much detail. Okay, now so here like creating table view, class person, string property, string property, last name property. So all these things are simple string property, last name, this dot last name return. So this how that first. So this is example. Now will highly encourage all of you to kind of go ahead and take a look at this. Try to understand like all the things here as much as you can. It will be helpful because we will be using tables a lot, so that will be good. Okay, so now let's this selection focus AP. A lot of good content is here. Okay, shorting, editing, lot of things. So that's what a table view is. So for us, the most important part is what? It's like visualize number of rows of data broken into columns. That's it. So now let's take a look at, I think now table column is kind of a part of that only, right? So, but still let's take a look. This is also a new table column in JavaFX. Yeah. So table column base. So table view is made up of number of table column instances. That's it. So a table view has a lot of table columns. Each table column is a table responsible for displaying and editing contents of that column, as well as responsible for displaying and editing data of a single column. Table column also contains necessary properties to resized visibility, nested columns. It can contain nested columns. I hope you understand that part. Nested column means key. Let's say, yeah. So let's say you have a table column. Let's say, yeah, let's get a simple. And it's like name, and then it has two columns. So the one is first name and last name. First name and last name. So this is kind of a nested table. So our main header, and then it has inside it, there are two columns. We will not be using that, but obviously, let's say you wanted to bifurcate the customer name into first name and last name and wanted to display customer data somewhere or anything, you can definitely do that. I'll highly encourage you to try that as well. So that's about table column. Let's see anything else that we have used in the code. Why I'm kind of, yeah, VBox. So let's see what we have in VBox. So VBox component is a layout which position all its child nodes component a vertical column. So that's how everything will be kind of go down. Whatever components you will add, they will kind of vertically go down, right? So here kind of obviously we are going to use only one table. So that's why I could took a VBox. Even an HBox can work because we don't have to take multiple columns, right? So that's enough. And then this observable list, let's take a look at this as well. And then I think we are done. So there's observable array list in JavaFX. Observable list is a list in JavaFX that permit tracking changes when occurred. In this article, different aspects. So it's like it has some extra properties. Maybe here we can read from official documentation as well. So interface observable array list. It has a method and all, but like doesn't seem much of a. So let's take a look at here. Observable list is defined packages and all. Observable map listener change. Okay, so in this article, we'll be focusing on known that permits tracking changes when occurred. So list change, listener change, fine. So just you can kind of give a read like what you wanted and all. Let me see if there are some very simple resources. List interface, it provides to attach. Yeah, so this is kind of a, yeah, here, this is a good thing. You can take a look. So why I'm kind of showing you all those things, the simple purpose is to make sure that if you don't know anything, how you can look for things, right? So if you need observable list, you cannot use array list. Observable list is a way to listen to changes on a list which array list does not implement. However, you can use array list in backing of yeah, that's fine. Means observable list is a kind of array list with some additional features like listeners and all, right? So in case you not modify list through means, but observable list, and otherwise listeners won't be triggered, right? Okay, so I think this is like how we can create. So simply remember, it's like observable list is a way to listen to changes, right? So that's it. If you wanted kind of more deep understanding, you can kind of go dig down this data structure, right? So let's stop here on this. What I'll do is, now I will kind of modify this code to make sure that we are displaying things properly. Let me see what happens if I kind of zoom the whole UI. Well, it's taking the full space, but it is kind of going very ends. So I don't want that. So what I'll do is I'll kind of set some spacing. So here for the VBox, uh, hmm, VBox dot set spacing, and I'll say 10. Then let me rerun it. Oh, this spacing is okay. This is not needed. We don't have more than two controls, right? So set padding will work. Set padding, new, insets, and then a 10 value will work. So it will kind of put some value on all sides. Okay, now it is looking good. There is some extra one column which is coming. Let's go ahead and fix that as well. So what I'll do is, I will, here there is a property. So we'll do that. So let's fix that thing as well. So what I'll do is key product table dot, we have a set column resize policy. Fine. And here we can give table view dot constraint resize policy. So what is it? So what it does is it will basically the resizing and all, it take care of that. So the extra column will be removed with help of this. So let me run the application and see if it is removed or not. Yeah, now we have just two columns. So now how many columns we'll add, it will, and see all the fields are taking space to kind of fill the UI. So that's it. I think table view set item data. So this table is now proper. This VBox and everything is also looking good. Now let's go ahead and kind of add the another column which was price. So here I'll do the same thing. Table column, price equal to new table column, and I'll give price. Same price dot set cell value factory, and then new property value factory, and here I can give price, and that's good enough. So now the third column is also added. It will take from here to display, and items, names, everything is there. So now let me do that. Okay. I don't see the price till time. Oh, why I don't see? Because here I haven't added that column. So I'll add a price. And because see, creating a column is one part, and then adding the column to the table is another part. So that also we need to do. Okay, now all these three things are kind of related. And so here, remember what is what. So let's say if I give price, I made a spelling mistake here. Instead of PRI, I say PREC. Fine. Let's see what happens. Yeah, this price is blank and you'll see there is error. So if you try to kind of uh, sell property value factory get sell data reflectively, please in property value factory provided with class type product cannot read from unreadable property please. So this is, they are not able to read it, right? So remember, these names must be as same as the class you are designing. So that's very important. So I showed you what happens. So price again, and things will be make more sense now. Okay. Okay. So now things are fine and we are able to display product table. So that's one part is done. Now let's go, and I think let me open my workbench, MySQL. Yeah. So what we will do is like we will actually fetch data from the database and kind of display it in the table. So before that, I will kind of make some changes. So now here I'll write another function, Yeah, so instead of create table, let me change the name and let me write kind of refactor, or let it be. So this is kind of not only creating table, it is kind of creating data as well. So what we can do is like, let me create another method. So public static get dummy table. And here I'll give the data. So fx collection, oh no, sorry, observable array list, product, data, private static vbox. Fine. Now what I can do is I can simply, very simply, here this part is done. Now I'll just pull this part out. So what I'll do, I'll provide this as a parameter, control C, and then here, now it's a parameter. And I'll kind of delete everything from here and then give it here. And now I'll call the method. So return create table. Okay, so I'll kind of call the create table method here, create table, and then I'll pass data. What's the issue? Oh, this is static and this was non-static. Okay, fine. So public vbox, this here I don't give. This is here I'll kind of get dummy table, and here I'm creating some dummy data and then calling my this method create table. So what it is doing is it is creating a table for me and then giving me some dummy data. So here instead of this create table, I'll call get dummy data, get dummy table. That should be verb. And yep. So this is like here now what we are doing is kind of we are creating columns and then adding creating a table, adding columns to the table, adding data to the table. Well, let me kind of, it should, let me keep it sequentially. Then setting some policies for the table, like to make sure it shows only given number of columns. Then again creating a vbox and kind of adding my table to that vbox, and just this is like to set some padding and then returning it, as simple as that. So this part is kind of done. right? So this create table is creating a table for us and binding the data we are providing, and the data is of this product class type. And here I'll kind of call this get dummy table and created some dummy data and call the method. Now let's go ahead and kind of this is the database. So I'll connect to MySQL. Now we will do is we will fetch our actual data. So I think select star from product, right? So let me run this query. Yeah. So now we will fetch this actual data and now show it to the user. So this is query. We are aware of that. This is the query, right? So let's take this query into account. And what I will do is I'll come here and then in the product class, I'll create few things to get the data, right? So these are getter setters. So I'll create here. So I'll say create public get all products. And then here I can kind of do is public, I think what should be observable list product, get all products. And here I can say string query string select all products equal to select star from product. So this is the query. And now I wanted to create a method to fire this query. So what I'll do is kind of public observable list product, and I'll say key fetch data from DB, or I can say fetch product data from DB. I can say it. And then what I'll do is here I'll pass the query. So select string query. So here I'll give a query, and based on that query, I'll fetch the data. And obviously this will be of product type. So now there will be several things that I'll be doing. Here I can call this method simply return fetch product data from DB, or I think fetch product data. Obviously we will be fetching from DB only, right? So it doesn't make any sense to write it. And then I can say select all products. This should be good enough. Now let's design method. I think we have already done similar methods here in login, right? How we do that? We write some piece of code like this. We create a DB connection object, and then we create a result set, and post that we kind of go ahead and fetch all the columns and create some objects. So let me do that part for product as well. So what I'll do, first of all, we need this observable list. So I'll create one observable product data equal to fx collections dot observable array list. Now I need to correct db connection equal to new db connection. So I have created an object of database connection. Now I can say try catch exception e, and then e dot print stack trace return null, and here the main logic. So I can say result set rs equal to db connection dot get query table, and I can pass the query here. So I have passed the query, and now I'll get the result set. So while rs dot next, I have already explained what this next does. I think there shouldn't be any doubt in that. So I'll use the functionality and kind of now I'll create product equal to new product, and then I'll simply okay, and then data dot add, and I can say product. So here for creating new product, now I want data from here. So I use ID, name, and price, the three things that I'll use. And for that, let's say if you wanted to change the query, we can change the query as well. So here, if I want only those column, I can say ID, name, and then price. There's no point in bringing other columns. So yeah, just bring that. So what I'll do is I'll kind of change the query. Instead of select star, I'll give that select ID, name, price from product. And now I will use the same columns. So rs dot get int, and then ID, next rs dot get string, and then name, and then finally rs dot get int, get double, and that is price. So this part we are done. And then here I'll create a new object of product class and then add that product class into this list, and finally I'll return the list. So once this part is done, return that. And this method will call this fetch product data from with this query by passing this query, and finally return whatever this returns. So now let's say I wanted to display all the products here. Instead of some dummy, I wanted to display all the products. So what I can do is, now I need to go to the product list and create a method, key public vbox and then get all products. So here, how I can get all the products? I need to get the data first, equal to product. I don't have any value for product class till now. What I can do is I can keep this methods as static as well. So public static. Then I can keep this also as static. So these two methods are now static, and I can directly use the class name to refer them. So here, now I can call the method. So product dot get all products. So this will fetch me all the products, and now I wanted it to bind it to the table. So I want all of you to pause the video for a while and try doing it. It's like at every place, whenever I'm kind of writing a few steps and those things, just pause the video and try doing things and then watch the video. In that way, your learning will be very good. And yeah, so that's the way you should go ahead. So now let me do that. So what I'll do, I'll call this method simply. So I can say return create table and data. So that's it. So this method will kind of bring me all the products from the database. And finally, instead of some get dummy table, I'll say get all products, and I'll run my application. So I think all of you must be getting a sense of now what we are doing, right? And if you're not getting, watch, yeah, we have all the actual products of what we have here in the database versus what we are seeing on the UI. So that's one step done. Now we are doing select operation from this application to the database and bringing up all the products. Okay, folks. So that's a good part. So this is one more step complete. So now let's see what all we have done quickly. So we have created a product class, and now this time we added a few methods. like to go, this is a method to fetch product type with id, name, and price, and create objects and edit into an observable list. And this is method is to kind of create a query for that, so that we did. And finally we created one more method to get all the products, and simply use the create table method to put all our data. And then here in the user interface we kind of just call that method. So see, this is functional programming. That's how we are using oops concepts very effectively to make sure that we are reusing the code, right? So at every place, this db connection class we have created for once, and at every place, be it in login, be it in product, we are able to use these things very effectively, right? So thanks a lot for watching this video, folks. So let's stop here in this. So in the previous videos, kind of we have completed two more things. So this is like displaying the products. So product UI for the product page, and then obviously the logic which we wrote for fetching products. So these things are done. Now let's move to the next set of things. Let's set our UI properly, and then we will move to the kind of order page. So first of all, what I'll do is I'll fix the UI. So some UI basic changes, so that it becomes the order placement becomes easy. So as of now, our header bar has only two things, right? A search button and yeah, a search button and a search text. So this is pretty easy functionality. You can very easily implement the search with kind of name. What you need to do is like, this is our query to kind of get all the products, right? Select these things from product. So if you know SQL like command, where you can say where name like, and then you can kind of put things. So let's say star percentage, and then you can put say anything like IP, HO, any. So like that, so it will match and things. So all you need to do is get products by name. Just add this part in the query, and then you can do it. Maybe later we will do it, but as of now, let's stick with whatever we have, and let's work on next set of functionalities. And in this bigger area, what we have now two things. One is our login page, which we were displaying earlier. And now we have this product page, which we are displaying now. So you can see on the same space, on the same area, we are displaying two things. So let's do one thing. Let's kind of change a few things, so that if you see here this area, we will change it from login to product, and maybe later we'll display our order details. If we go on to display the details of product, we'll add it here as well. So this middle area is kind of very important for us. So let's make some changes. What now I will do is, uh, I'll go and kind of, so if you see, as of now, our whole UI is divided into kind of two parts. Close that. Yeah. So if you see, the whole UI is divided into two parts. Yeah, the first one is like header bar. And then the next part, as of now, we are keeping login and product. So let's divide it properly. What we will do is, on the top, we will keep this as header bar, and we will make this whole bigger portion as body. And in the end, we will also add something like a footer bar. So maybe when we will kind of do some more work on our features, it may get removed. But yeah, for the time being, we will keep it here a footer bar. And what we will do is, here we will add like buy now, and then add to cart, all those things. So let's go ahead and set this header bar and body properly this time, and then we will move ahead. Also, we need to kind of, in this body, we will put these two things, as of now at least, product and login. Uh, the login. So these two, for the time being, these two are going to stay in body. Okay. So let me kind of frame it properly. Let me change the code a bit to make sure that I fit these things as well. So let's go to the user interface, and this was our create content, the main pane. What I will do is, I will create, we have login page, we have header bar. Similarly, I'll create VBox body pane. Let it be body only. So VBox body, and here what I'll do, I'll kind of go ahead and create a new VBox. So body, body equal to new VBox, and then here we can say body dot set padding new insets, new insets 10. So this part is done, and then in the center, I will add this body. So this one part is done. In the center, I have added this body. And now what I'll do, to this body, I will add the products. So body dot get children dot add, and here I can say product page. So now I think very minor change, but this change is going to be very critical. It's going to help us at a lot of places. The whole setting of UI will depend on it. So make sure you understand it properly. Okay, so now there isn't much change, but yeah, this body of ours, this is now this another VBox of for this table that has been put in another one, which is our body. Now what I will do is, I'll kind of create a login button here, a sign in button here in the header bar, and on click of that sign in button, I'll bring login page here. Fine. So that we can kind of, just like if you see a normal, let me open Amazon. So Amazon, and let's say here you have accounts and sign in. And when you click sign in, you redirect to a page. So that's what I'm trying to do as of now. I think now you must have understood what we are trying. So here in the header bar, you see a lot of things, right? So here on click of this, I'll keep this sign in button here. And on click of this, I'll go display my login page. So that's what I'm going to do. So for that, let's go to the UI where all our functionalities are. In the user interface, we have what is header bar. So where is our header bar? Create header bar. I'll go to the create header bar, and here I'll give with search text and search button. Now I will add one more thing, button sign in, SIGN, sign in button equal to new button, and I say I'll say sign in, SIGN, sign in. So I have this button, and now let me add this button here properly. So search button, and post that we will have a sign in button. Also, if you see here on Amazon, once you log in, so if you see, normally it's a sign in button, but once you log in, actually it starts showing name. So what we will do is, we will make sure that once we log in here, So let's say here, let's bring the sign in button first. So I have added the button. Yeah. So as soon as anyone clicks this sign in button, I want the login page to display here. That's one thing. And when the login is successful, we will move to again here I'll display welcome Angad or welcome username. Fine. So I hope all of you understood this part. So let me go ahead and code it. So let's say as of now, on click of this sign in button, as I sign in. So this is our button. Yeah. So on click of this button, we will kind of move to login page. And on successful login, we will display here welcome user. So user I say means welcome username. That's what we will get. So that's how things will work. So let me do that. So first of all, let's try to display the sign in page. So I'll go ahead and on click of this button, I'll write some events. So let me write events below after everything is done. So sign in button dot set on action. I think I don't know. Have we written this types of events before or not? Control F set on action. Yes, you have. We have already written an event on login, so I don't need to explain that. I'll go ahead here and write set on action new event handler, and all I'll do is key on click of this button. I'll remove everything from the body and put the login page here. So simple body dot clear get children dot clear and then body dot get children dot add login page. That's it. Two simple lines. Remove everything and here finally put login page. That's it. Now let me run it and see. The application is running and I should see. So when I click, I should get the login page. So I clicked and we have the login page. Congrats. So now we have the login page. But yeah, if you see the alignment has been disturbed. Why it is disturbed? Because of body pane. So let me fix that alignment first. So I'll again go back to this create content. And here for this body, I'll set one thing, key body dot set alignment and pause dot center. So that's it. This will align the body to the center of the border pane. And then now everything should be aligned properly. Let's see. Okay. Now sign in. Okay. Now things are aligned properly. Here I need to give username, password. And now, yeah, login failed. So now when the login failed, I wanted to kind of let it stay like that. But when the login is successful, let's kind of move back to the product page and display here username. Also on click of sign in button, there is no point of showing sign in button here, right? People can click it again and again. So this sign in button also should be removed. So let's do that. So what I'll do is I'll create now a global variable for sign in button, right? So it is kind of related to header bar. So button sign in button, and here I'll just in header bar I just need to remove this. So the sign in button is created, and on set on action, I will remove sign in button as well. So header bar dot get children dot remove, and I can pass sign in button. So on click of the sign in button, now I am kind of putting the login page and removing the sign in button from the header bar. Okay. So now sign in button also should be removed. So yeah, now see it's gone. Now when the login is successful, we should display the username here. So let's do that part. So how we'll do that? So for that, we have to go back to the login, this login button. Right. So it is login is successful. So if this login, this means login is successful, right? So if you have any doubts in this piece of code, just pause the video for a while, take a look at code properly, and then move ahead. So now on if the login is successful, right? I'll just do one thing. With this message, I need to kind of display a proper message here, like welcome and username. So for that, I need some label, right? So let me create that label as a global variable. So this is sign in button, then label user welcome, or I say welcome label equal welcome label. Let's go ahead and create this label in the header bar. So as soon as header bar is created, this label also get created. So welcome label equal to new label, and just we won't give anything. Let it be blank. And whenever we click this login button, we wanted to put a welcome message. So header bar, first of all, put a message on the label. So welcome label dot set text, and then we can say welcome. This needs to be in double quotes. So welcome, and then I can say whatever the username. So I can say he logged in customer dot get name. So this will give the name. So welcome, and then I wanted to add it to the header bar. So I can say header bar dot get children dot add, and then I can clearly add it. So there are a lot of ways to add. This is an index and this is an element, so we'll use it later, but as of now, let's simply add it. So I'll say welcome label. So this welcome label is added, and then I want body. So this part is done. Let's see that as well. So for the time being, let me hard code the username and password here. So I'll go to this login, and in this text field, I'll give username. So angad@gmail.com. And in the password field, I'll also give my password. So that is Angad ABC123. I think this will not allow. So Control X, and then password dot set text, and I'll put it. So this works. Now let's do it. So this two things are done, so that I don't have to type the username and the password every time I see the video, just had to avoid time. Okay, let it run. So now sign in, the button is gone, the username and password is there. Now I'll click login, and welcome Angad should appear here. So login, welcome Angad is here. It is also here. All I need to do is change this to product page. So we have already done how we can change it. In this method, we did it. Same method, same way we will do that. So we'll remove everything from the body. So body dot get children dot clear, and then body dot get children dot add, and then we can add what is product page. So that's it. Pretty simple, right? So let me do that. Okay, let it run. This is done. Now sign in. Login is success. Let's fail the login first. And login, it's failed. Nothing is happening. But if login is successful, then we are seeing the product page and welcome Angan. So these two things are done, folks. So congratulations. Now it's like a working thing. Fine. Now it's like this thing is working. Okay, somehow I feel the spacing and all is more, but anyways, we'll take care of that later. So this part is working fine. We are going to the product page, and so now the most important thing that comes is like ordering and all. But before, let's see the whole flow. So how we are changing this and how you can change it. So what I did is initially in this whole UI, I have created a body pane here, and I have added this body to the root border pane. I have set it as center, and in this body pane, I am kind of adding and removing my product and login page. So now let's say you have some more pages. Let's say you have an order page, you have some order details page. So you can always add and remove. And how we are adding and removing, that is very simple. This is how we can remove everything. If you wanted to remove something in particular, you can remove like that. I think here, this is I'm removing a particular thing, and adding is very simple. So that's how you can add it. So this flow is very important. This is how you will format the whole UI, right? So keep this thing in mind while like formatting the UI and everything. This is kind of, I say, very important stuff when it comes to the user interface so that your app looks good. And obviously, if you see the actual Amazon website here, there are a lot of things. Select your address, right? So this is something. Then this is like Amazon homepage. So you should add something like this at least. So on click of this, you can reach the home. This is done already. This search button is already done. Now this sign in is already done. Then like returns and orders and cart. Two more things we need to put. We will do it later. But yeah, so these are a lot of things that you will be doing. And then as soon as means with time, as your application grows, what will happen is the adding and removing of page will be kind of, it will become very important. So you should understand how we are doing it. So take some time, watch this video again if you have any doubts, and if you are not able to understand how like we are changing pages, right? Because that's kind of very important thing. Let me do one thing. Let me add a home page here as well, or anyway leave it. So like we can search the products and we can log in. Once we have logged in, we can kind of go take a look at products and all. So this one part is done, folks. Like how we will change pages in the UI and all. We can do one more thing for ordering and all. So what I'll do is I'll create a footer bar. I will create a footer bar and kind of add a buy now button to that. So let me create one more variable here. So we have a header bar already. I'll again create something similar to that. So hbox, 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 footer bar. And I'll just copy my header bar function, create header bar to create footer bar and do it. So let me copy it and then I'll paste it. And instead of header bar, I'll name it as footer bar. FO create CREATE FOOTERBAR. Create footer bar, and in footer bar, all I need is just a button. So here the button is kind of buy now. And instead of search button, I'll say buy now. B should be capital, buy now button. And I'll remove everything else. I don't need anything at all. Oh, yeah, I removed all these things. So here I have this buy now button. I don't need these two things. Instead of header bar, we will have a footer bar. This padding and all should remain there. This should also remain. The alignment should also remain. And then this children dot add all, I have only which one? Buy now button. That's it. No events, nothing, anything. And the one very important thing is kind of to add this footer bar. So let me remove space. I think this should be good enough. Okay, so this is done. I have created a new variable and just only one button. Obviously, we need to add more things. We'll do that later. And now let me add this footer bar to my this create content. So what I'll do is simply again root dot set bottom and footer bar. Also create header bar, create login page, and then create footer bar function also must be called on constructor so that all the things are created in the first go. So that's it, folks. Let me rerun it and see if our buy now button is there or not. And then in next set of videos, we will kind of move to ordering and all. Okay, you can see this buy now button, no functionality. But yeah, UI wise, this is our product page. When I'm clicking sign in, and after a successful login, I'm seeing my name here. So this means the user is logged in. Now, obviously, you can kind of give a logout button here as well with this. So that will be also a good thing. So that whenever if user wants to log out, they can log out. And instead of button, you can give some drop down as well. Just like if you see Amazon here, there are a lot of things here. So you can create something like this as well. But as of now, a simple logout button will also make more sense. So this is done, our product page is done. Now we will move to ordering and everything, but that we will do in next set of videos. So guys, our UI, from UI perspective, we have now kind of properly placed things. The body, in body, we have put our login page and our product page, and in the header bar, we have put the important things, and in the footer bar, we have put important things. So thanks a lot, folks, for watching. That's it for now. Till now, we have completed certain things, like all those against which you can take a right. In the previous video, we kind of properly arranged our login page, product page, also added a login button to the search bar. Okay, so these are the things that we have already done, and the rest which we kind of need to do still are there. So we will kind of continuously, but slowly, but continuously, we will kind of keep adding things and keep doing it slowly, slowly. So let's stick to our plan and keep moving ahead. So now the next very important feature which comes is this order. So if you see, to place order, we need two things, product and customer. So a customer is already there with login thing and product is already there. Now we kind of need to move to the order and kind of put everything, create order table, the order logic and the order UI. So all those things that needs to be done. Also button to place order, we have put a buy now button. I think I should say here, buy now button. We have also created a footer bar and added buy now button. So this part is already done. Now let's move ahead. So for ordering, we need, let me go ahead and kind of explain ordering and all. So in the end, after that, so let me kind of give a line. Okay. Uh, yeah. So order, placing order, I should say, placing order. This is the next important thing that we are going to do. And for that, first of all, we need an order table. So this is kind of a very important thing that we need to do. Now I want all of you to pause the video for a while and think what are columns, what all information that we need in order table. So maybe you can kind of go to the Amazon and see the order details, what are things are there, and then kind of try to list it down by yourself. And once you are done that, then go ahead, resume the video and kind of see what things I have listed here. Fine. So all of you must agree that there's one thing which kind of we can't escape, right? So it's like order ID. So some ID is definitely needed. And then some dates are also needed. So let's say order date. Then if you see clearly in any order, we have shipping date, and we have delivery date. We have delivery date. Okay. So as of now, just focus on this. What should I say? Okay. Now, what other information? We need information related to products. So wait here for a while and think how we can kind of add the information related to product. So if you have learned about foreign keys and all, you can clearly say कि we already have a product table. So now what we can do is we can take information from there and add it here. So what we'll do is I'll keep a product ID. Let me go back to my earlier pen. So product ID. Also, the price of product may change. So we can add a price as well. Fine. Then customer details about customer. So we can put we also have a customer table where all the details of customer are there. So what we can do is we can kind of clearly say customer ID. And this is also will be related. So these two things, this is like a foreign key. I don't know if you know about foreign key or not, but I'll highly recommend you to know about it. This is really, really important. So not only foreign key, kind of, I should say, read about all the keys, about all the keys. So the keys include primary, and then very important foreign, and then there is candidate, and then there is super key. So read about these keys. So anyway, let's move ahead. Order date, shipping date, delivery date, product ID, customer ID, price you can keep. Then quantity is also something that you can keep. And you know the address means user can take different addresses for different order. So okay, I don't know, it's not taking. So you can, yeah, so you can store address as well. So there are a lot of things, right? Also payment method. Fine. So these are a lot of things that you can store, but as of now, for the time being, we will move with very basic things, very basic. So without which we can't do it, right? So that is like we need an order ID. We kind of take order date. We'll leave the shipping date. We will take a delivery date. We need product ID. We'll leave the price for the timing. You can add it. We will take customer ID. Quantity we will take and assign a default value of 1. Address is like you can take later. We'll leave that part. Payment method also something that you can take later. There is one more important thing. You add multiple items to the cart, right? So let's say you wanted to order a laptop. So let me write here. So let's say you wanted to order a laptop and mobile in a single order, right? So there should be those two orders are related, fine. So there should be there should be some ID, right? Which kind of make sure that these two orders are related. So for that, we will add one more column and we will call it as group order ID. Group order ID. So we will kind of add this column as well. So what will happen is, let's say there are two products you are ordering. So this will make two lines in our order table and they will have same group order ID value. Fine. So I hope you have understood this part as well. And now we can move forward. So we have selected some columns and now we will go back to the database and create the table for us. So I am back at my database and now we will go ahead and create the table. Fine. So let's move ahead. I think all of you know how we can do it. So here, go on the tables, right click and create table. And now what I'll do is I'll kind of take a reference from here, like what are orders. So ID, order date, delivery date, product ID, customer ID, quantity, and group order ID. So let's start doing it. So first of all, the name is orders, ORDERS. Why I'm putting orders? Because order is a keyword, right? So I don't want to provide that as a name. So this is done. Now let's go ahead and add column. So here, simple first column is ID, normal int, primary key, auto increment. That is done. Then this will be order ID, and here I'll say group order ID. So this also needs to be integer only and not null is a must. This won't be primary key because let's say there are 3 products in same order, then this will be repeated. But not null is needed. Fine. And then, so group order ID is done. Let's take the next one. So let me check here. So ID, dates and all are there, and we have group order ID. Now the customer and product ID, those are needed. So let's say customer ID, this will also remain as an integer only. Int, not null. And then we need product ID as well. Product ID. And this will also be int. And obviously not null. So this part is also done. So ID, group order ID, customer ID, product ID, all the IDs I have put first. And then we can say put the date. And let's put quantity, date. Yeah, that's it. Like quantity and date, that should be good enough. I think this is done. A quantity is left and order date and delivery date is left. So I can say quantity, and I can simply, will also be an integer, obviously not null, and I'll put a default value 1 here. So let's say if you don't provide any value to the quantity, it will become 1. Now the next thing is, which is very important, is kind of order date. So I'll give order and date. Here I'll kind of say we must have some date time column. Yeah, we have a date time, so I'll keep it that. And let's say we don't give any value. So what will be the order rate? So whenever this new row will be inserted, right? So let's keep it not null. And then what I'll give is now. So whatever the current time, it will be added here. And next is like order status is also very important. So let's give order status. Let's keep it as, I think, what, varchar 15 will be good enough. And this also should be not null. And finally, order status and delivery date, delivery, delivery date. So this also needs to be of type date time, date time, and then I can say it can remain null and nothing else. Okay, so these are the columns we have created. Now, as I have already told you, like we need to add this product ID and customer ID as foreign keys. So how we will add them as foreign keys, that's what we are going to do next. So if you see here, this part, there are a lot of things. So columns, indexes, foreign keys, triggers, partition, a lot. So let's move to the foreign keys part, and now we'll create foreign key. So I'll say customer FK foreign key. And what is the table we are referencing here? So we wanted to link it to customer table. And which column of our table we want? So we want customer ID. And to which column in the customer table? This ID column. So see, this is the name of the foreign key and the table which we are referencing. And this is columns of our table and which column we want to kind of relate as foreign key of this table, right? So we wanted to take our customer column and the ID column of the customer table. Now let's create another. So I say product FK, and then I can say here we want the product table and which column, our product ID, and this also is with ID of product class. That's it. Everything else is fine. Also in the columns, I can do one thing, key order status. So whenever this row will be entered, the order status will be same, right? So it will be ordered. So I'll put it ORDERED. So the status is ordered. So whenever this row will be inserted, this value will become default. So anything else that I can do? Customer ID, product ID. Now you see they are in red colors. They are linked with foreign keys. This is primary key. This is and order status, quantity. So everything is now making sense. You can definitely add a lot more columns. Payment method. If you see here, the important ones are kind of address, price, payment method, a lot of things, right? So also you can think a lot of more features, right? But as of now, we'll stick to it. And let me kind of go ahead and apply it. So I click on apply. A big script is generated. So you can write this script and create this table as well. But with the UI method, it becomes easy. So let me try applying it. Apply, and the script was successfully finished. So make sure when you are kind of doing it, you copy the scripts. Why you copy the scripts? So let's say someone asks you to kind of create tables, so that you should be able to write, like you talk of foreign keys, right? And you're not able to kind of write queries like how you can create foreign keys. So these things are important. Make sure you do that. Fine. Okay, orders table. Let me check indexes. Yeah. So if you see, there are 3 indexes also created. Fine. So make sure you read about indexing. Make sure you read about indexing. This is also very important topic. Let me highlight it properly here. Indexing. Let me write it with this. INDEXING. Kind of, this is a super important topic. So just know what indexing is. That should be good enough. Okay, so read about it. Okay, folks. So let's move ahead and check our orders table, like what all we have in our orders. So I'll go back, and again, the usual query, select star, select the CLECT, select star from product orders, and I'll run it. Nothing. All the tables are there, but no data. So now for placing an order, it's like we need to put some data here, right? So for placing an order, we need to kind of create an insert query. So let's go ahead and create an insert query for us. So maybe what I'll do is I'll write insert into, and what's our table name? That is orders. What are the columns? So ID will be self-generated. Group ID we need to generate with some logic. So I'll give ID 1. After the time being, I'll give group ID also as 1. Customer ID, let's give also as 1. But here the ID of customer, which is in our customer table, we need to provide. Product ID, let's give this also as 1. Like we have a product with ID 1. Quantity is default, leave it. Order date is default, leave it. Order status is default, delivery date is. So everything else will be taken care of. Fine. So I think what's the issue? I don't know. Orders. Okay, so sorry. These are the names of columns that we need to provide, right? So ID will be taken care by itself. So leave it. Then we need group, order, and then ID. The next column is customer, customer, customer ID, then product ID, and everything else is taken care of. So just leave it. We need to provide group order ID, customer ID, and product ID, and our order will be placed for us. That's it. So let me do that. So we have group order ID. I'm putting it as 1, customer ID also 1, and product ID also 1. That's it. So I have done that. Now let me try kind of running this query. Oh, sorry. The query is still wrong. So insert into orders, and then I need to provide values. Now this is fine. So these are the values for these are my columns. Let me do that. So I'll run this query for once. I think it's successful, and now we can see one piece of data. You see this is kind of the 2023-4/7. The date is there 13:33. So 24-hour time. And then this status is ordered. So this is how it looks. Now this one part is done, folks. We need to kind of place actual orders. That we will do in time. We will use this same query to kind of place orders from our application. But yeah, here the group order ID, for that we will write some logic to kind of, maybe what we can do is we can have a logic like select max, yeah, max, and then group order ID from what is the table name? That is orders. So we can use this. So if we run this query, the value we'll get is 1. I can say it as ID. So this is like, I hope you must be knowing. So this ID will be now, instead of max group order ID, the ID will be written here. Yeah, ID is written here, and then I can add 1 to it, this expression, plus 1. So max group order ID plus 1. So I can now add it for the second order, next set of orders, so on and so forth. So I can use this query from the database, fetch it, and then use it. So these are now the queries, folks. Now let's go and take a look at our user interface, how it is, and then maybe so let's discuss like what all we need to kind of place an order properly. So here we have already done it. We can see it here. So let's do it from user interface. What all is a must, and we need those things to kind of place an order. Fine. So things, requirements. So what are kind of our requirements for placing order? So if we look closely, we need a lot of things, but so think about it. Pause the video for a while and think about it. What do we need? And once you kind of understood that, you have some answers, so resume it. So there are two things. I think just two things are needed. Not just two. One is customer. we need a customer to place an order, and customer will definitely place an order. I don't know how it happened. Anyway, customer will place any order for some product, and maybe the most important thing which we are not doing as of now, but still, payment. So we need these two things as of now because we are not considering payment, the customer and the product to place an order. And how we will get those things in our UI. So let's say if someone has logged in properly, if someone has logged in, then we have the customer details. And if they select a product, if they select a product, any one of our product, then we will have the details of product. So a customer which is logged in, whoever has logged in, and then having selected a product, then we can go ahead and place an order, right? So I hope you have understood very well, like what are our kind of requirements for placing an order. That's a very important thing. And now what we can do is we can go ahead, kind of tweak some, make some changes to the UI, and then kind of go ahead and place our orders and all. So for this video, let's stop here. In this, we have understood what is the orders table. We have kind of understood about foreign keys, and also make sure you read about foreign keys and indexing, because these two things are used actually in our tables. Foreign for orders table, product orders table, foreign keys are used and indexing is used. So make sure you read about these things properly. And then it's like we need product and customer to place an order, so that is also you have understood. Now in the next video we will move ahead from this point and kind of actually place an order from our application. Fine. So in the previous video, it's like we kind of created our orders table and then put some entry into that. That's the first thing. And then we have kind of added this buy now button and all. So now what we need to do is like we need to place an actual order. So I have already discussed like what all things that are needed to place an actual order. So let's move ahead and kind of do it. So the major requirements for placing an order are product and customer. So if we have customer and we have product, then we can place the order, right? So let's do those things. So the customer part is already shorted. Why? Because if we see in the user interface, we have a logged in customer variable, and whenever login is attempted, the customer information will be stored here. And now how like we'll get the product? So whenever we are selecting, so that's how we'll get the product. If we have selected, and then we can get the product, right? So let's make changes. So on the click of this buy now button, I wanted things to kind of, if I have selected some product and the customer has logged in, on click of this button, an order should be placed, right? So let's do that. So for that, first of all, I'll create an order table. So new order class, sorry, order. So this is a class I have created, and now I wanted to create a method. So public, let it be static, place order. And what all we need? The product. So customer, and product. So these are kind of most important things. So we have the product, and we have customer. So let me give void public static void, or let's say boolean, and place order. So here we have the customer and we have the product. So with help of customer and product, now what we can do is we can clearly form a query like this: insert into orders. And these are only the information we need to insert. So let me write a query string place order equal to This is the query. Insert into orders, group order ID, customer ID, and product ID. Three things we need. So now how we'll get that? So for the customer and the product, we can easily get those IDs, right? So this is product. So I can get this ID by product dot get ID. And similarly for customer, that can be done using customer dot get ID. So customer and product is done. Now kind of what's left is yep. Now what's left is this group order ID. So how we will get that? So here I think I have already told how like this is how we can get the group order ID. So let me kind of take this as, so I'll create another query, string group order ID equal to select control Z and select max group ID from orders. So here we get. Now what we need to do is we need to fire this query, get the data from the database, and then put this data into this query and then kind of run it, right? So let's do that. DB connection equal to new DB connection, and then let's do that try catch thing. Try, and then catch exception E, and then finally we can say key e dot print stack trace. So now first of all you need to fire this query, right? So result set rs equal to dbcon dot get query table, and I can say group order ID. Fine. Now if rs dot next, if this is true, then only we can kind of go ahead and place the order. So then here I need to kind of create this query. So customer ID and product ID is already there. Now here I need to put this group order ID. So I can say rs dot get int and then ID. So because here you can see clearly I have mentioned the column name as ID, so this should work. So our query is now created, and now we need to fire an insert query, not a select query. Let's go back and take a look at question. So here if you see, we have only this execute query is to kind of select queries, not update and insert. So for that we need to create one more method. So I'll write public int update db, update database, and then here I need to take the query. So string query query, and then I can do it key. Here let's start with these try catch and everything. There is just one little bit of change. I'll copy this whole code. There is just one little bit of change, and that change is pretty simple. So here instead of execute query, there is an execute update. That's it. That's only, instead of null we can pass 0. So here it will give the number of rows. If you see here, you get like generally on insert into 1 rows affected. So it's like how many rows are affected. That's what it gives in the answer. So this function is now modified, and this, with help of this execute update, we can kind of insert and delete uh, this execute update simply means we can update the database, right? So insert, delete, and update. Both things are kind of updating the database in a way, right? So that's how this method will be useful for that. So for this insert query, now we'll use that method here. So I can simply say key here or return db connection dot update database, and then I can place sort. Wait, that's it. Okay, static boolean. Let's make it in uh, boolean, and here I can say I can say keep this not equal to 0. So if the return value is not equal to 0, so if it is 1 or something, that means the insertion is successful, else it's failed. And here finally I can return false. So that's about it. And then we can move ahead and make, yeah. So this is kind of once we have the customer and the product, this function, if we call this function with a valid customer and product, then this is going to kind of create an order for us and kind of place an order, right? So placing an order simply means inserting a row into our this table orders. Fine. So this part is done, folks. Now how to get the customer? So we already have customer. Now let's see how we can get the product. Fine. So I'll go to the product list class, and here I'll create a new method. So I'll call it as public product get selected product. So it will give me the selected product, right? So when I say selected product, what I mean is here something is selected, right? So the table view knows like which one is selected, and I can get that value out of it. So simply I'll write for the table view, so product table dot get selection model. So there is selection model. It has multi and single, and then get selected item. So I want the selected item. So how to fetch this item? Like say this one is selected, right? So this is the way I can fetch it. So product table dot get selection model dot get selected item, and all I need to do is just return. So if these things are kind of null, null will be returned, else a valid product value will be returned. Fine. These two things are done. So from here we can get the product, and from this user interface logged in customer, here we can get the customer. And if we pass these two things to our order, this place order function, then it's going to place an order for us. So now let's go ahead, and from where now we wanted to place order. So let's say I selected something and then I clicked on this buy now, then order should be placed for me. That's what I wanted as a functionality. Fine. So let's go ahead and do it. So now I'll go to the user interface, and I'll go to this buy now button. So from here, maybe, yeah. So where that buy now we have in footer bar, it should mean create footer bar. So here we have that buy now button. Now I'll go and write an event on that. So buy now button dot set on action new event handler. So now we have this, and now we will write. So what all we need product and customer. So I'll say product equal to product list dot get selected product. Fine. And let's suppose there can be cases like, let's suppose the customer hasn't selected anything. So I'll say product, then product equal to, and let's say if this is null, so product if product equal to null. So if customer hasn't selected anything, then we should ask him to select something, right? That's what the logic. So here I can show dialog or something, an alert key. What should I say? Key. Please select a product first to place order. So now let's go ahead and create kind of a model pop-up for us, right? So let me do that. I'll go here. So let's go ahead and create a method. So private void, and I'll name it as show dialog. And I'll give a message, whatever message I wanted to show. So string message. And then now I can go ahead and do other things. So we have a lot of dialogues. We can create our custom ones, but here we wanted to just show some alerts, right? So there is an alert type of dialog. So alert. Yeah. So alert equal to need to create a new alert. So new alert. And what is its type? So we have alert type equal to information. We just wanted to show some information. So alert type dot information. Right. So this one part is when we have created an alert, and now we need to set certain kind of things, right? Certain features. So the first alert dot set header text. So header text we can put as message, and then alert dot set content text. So we wanted to, in the content we wanted to show this message, so I'll give it as message. And then alert dot set title. So we have set title, and then here I can say null. So anything we can do. And now finally the last and most important one is alert dot show and wait. So what this method does is it shows you an alert and it will wait for any other thing unless you click it, right? So let's do that. Let's try this alert and see how it's looking. And show dialog. And I can say, I'll just paste this message. That's it. Nothing much. Nothing much fancier. Very simple, yet powerful. So please select a product first to place order. That's it. And now let's run the application. The build is started. Yeah. So now let me click here. So what is, as of now, I haven't selected anything. So product will become as null and this message should show up. So by now, yeah. So this message I'm getting, please select. Okay. So I think there's some mistake. Here I wanted this message to here. I'll put title as message and header text as null. And now let me see. Okay. So the title is something that I want appear on the top. So again, by now, yeah, now this was the title. And please select header text. I didn't give anything. You can give and then this select, please select a product first to place order. You know, there are other types as well. So let's say apart from information, what all we have dot. So you can see information, confirmation, none, error, warning. So let's say we wanted to give a warning. Fine. So what we can do that in that case? And here. So now you see, please select a product first to place order. So that's kind of, and here we can write warning as well. So we can customize it in a lot of ways. We can write even different pop-ups. So show dialog message, show dialog success, show dialog warning, or we can kind of parameterize it as well. While creating the new, I'll put means, there are three things. If you see the header text, the title, the message and the type. So we can give three parameters and then operate it as well. So it's all like what we want, and that's up to us. So but as of now, I'll just stick with this normal message. Mm, what is what? Information. Dot information. That's it. So information message will remain message, and that's it. So please select a product first to place order. This is done. And let's say now if the customer is not logged in, right? So then we can say if customer, oh sorry, logged in customer equal to null, then we can simply again should I log, please log in first to place order. This is one we can do. And if these two, and here just let's return it, return, and then here also I'll return. If these two things are passed, then we can kind of place an order. So what I'll do is simply int count equal to I can say order dot place order, and let's give customer, so logged in customer comma product, so we have product. So we gave these things, and now this count will, what happened, okay, this is kind of boolean, right? Boolean status. So now we can simply say key show dialog, and based on the status, right? So if status is equal to true, then we can say key show dialog and order placed successfully. Else, otherwise, else we can say key order fails. Very simple, but yeah. So now let's do it. Let me rerun the application and start. We have already tested this product null part. Let's check the customer null part as well. So first, customer hasn't signed in yet. So I have selected something. Please log in first to place order. Let's say I don't select anything, or maybe by now. And then let me click again. So yeah, the selection remains, like you cannot unselect it. So now that you have seen, now let me do the sign in. So I have signed in, I'll log in. So now I got a product, and let's say I wanted to order the third product. So I selected it, and now I should click buy now. So now the customer is there, the product is there, and when on clicking of buy now, the order should be placed. So buy now. Okay, order placed successfully. So congratulations, guys. The very important thing, like placing order, that's the most important part. And we have just done that. Now let's go back to our database and see it. So what I'll do is I'll just run this query, select start from orders and see. Yeah, you can see ID is 2, group order ID is 2, customer is 1, product is 3, quantity is 1, the time and order. So that's the kind of beauty, like we have placed our first order, right? So congratulations. This is like very important milestone reached, right? Very important. So let me kind of explain things again. So we had product, and so in this like tutorial, we kind of created this method to kind of get the selected product. And then we also kind of focused on how we can create an order class. So here we write the queries and all. So this is what is doing is fetching the topmost group order ID and then with +1. And this query is for placing of actual order. Also, we need to write this new update database function. So we just kind of instead of means we just updated this one. Here it was execute query, and now we are using execute update. Nothing much complex. And finally, in the user interface, we put on everything. So we kind of try to fetch some product. If the product is there, then we kind of uh, see. If the product is not there, we show a dialog. If the customer is not there, we show a dialog. And if everything is fine, then finally we kind of, based on status, show whether order is successful or order is failed. So that's it, folks. Congratulations. We have reached one more milestone, which is very important one. And from project perspective, this is like, we have logged in, we are seeing the products, and finally we have placed an order. Obviously, a lot of more things can be done, but now you have almost everything, like how to place an order, how to view the product, how the customer login is works, right? So you have almost all the set of most important features based on which you can move ahead and add more features. So let me go back to this list of features that we have created and mark, do some right ticks. So let me copy this. So order page. So like viewing orders, we haven't done yet. Order table, we have created. Logic to show orders, we haven't done it. We are kind of uh, logic to order products. Obviously, we have done this part. And then we are showing some information. So now this order page kind of showing what all our orders are, what are the products some particular user have ordered. So those things that we need to do, and that can also be done very easily. So I'll highly encourage all of you to try that. So, for displaying products, what all we have done, we have created a product class and then some functions, these properties, and then we have created another product list class, right? And here we have created an actual table and then kind of fetch data and all everything to display it. So you can try that thing as well on your own. So that's it for this video. We have kind of placed single order in this, and we can see it in our database, and we have kind of verified the customer as well. Now to view the orders, to kind of put elements in card and all, we can do that later. But as of now, this is kind of a logical completion. So congratulations, guys. Your e-commerce website is uh, now kind of functional, right? You can log in, you can view the products, and finally you can place an order as well. So thanks a lot for watching. Like this is kind of a logical end. So when I say logical end, like some features have been implemented. Obviously, there are a lot more features. I will create some videos on more features as well. But from here onwards, like whatever we have learned till this point, the knowledge of JavaFX, the knowledge of databases, the knowledge of like how the logic works, you can build more features on your own. And I'll highly encourage all of you to kind of build those features. So thanks a lot for watching. So till this point of time, we have done a lot of things in our this e-commerce project. We have a fully functional login page. We have a kind of fully functional product page. And then finally, we also have a kind of order button. Now we are able to place single orders by now, that is functional. Now let's go ahead and add one more very important feature, and that is of cart. So just like if you go to Amazon, if you let's say select any product and then go on it, also you can kind of build this page. Just like here we are seeing something like a table. What you can do is like after it, just you can create one more page where you display the product details. Then there is an buy now button, and then there is an add to cart button. So on buy now, we are placing order directly. Payment, address selection, all those things you can add with more pages. But for the time being, let's go ahead and let's do this add to cart functionality. So as soon as you click on add to cart, things are added to the cart, and then you can go ahead to the cart and place an order for that, right? So let's go ahead. Obviously, we will not be developing anything like this, but we will kind of develop a miniature version of that. So let's do that. So what all we need to do, let me run the application first. And then here, it's like, let me go to, what should I say? Go below so that I can start. Fine. So yeah. Uh, 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 uh. So it's like in the earlier video itself, we were on a logical completion level, and this is kind of an add-on feature, right? So this order is kind of done. Now let's move ahead to the next set of things. So I would say again, I'll give a horizontal line, and finally we can say key. The next thing is here, uh, place multiple orders, and this is finally what, cart, right? So let's go ahead and do things. Now we can move at a higher pace. So this is so for that, for cart, what all we need a cart button here. So I'll highly encourage you to kind of use some logo like this. Also try to display something like this. These things will look really good, but for the time being we will just add a button. So how we can add a button here, we all know, right? We just need to go here and change our code. So maybe I'll go to user interface, and in the user interface I'll kind of go to header bar. So create header bar, and in the header bar I will add a cart button, right? So here, oh, this is footer bar. I need to go to header bar, create header bar. Yep, so we already have few things. Now let's add a few more. So what I'll do, I'll kind of add here, mm, button, cart button equal to new button, and I'll simply say cart. Fine. And then I need to add this to the search bar, header bar. So I added it in the header bar. This part is also done. So now as soon as we refresh, we'll be able to see this cart here. And this part is done. And then we need, we need to kind of, let's say we are selecting, we need add to cart button as well. So here with buy now, let's go ahead and add another button, which is add to cart. So now I will go to, let's say, footer bar. Instead of header bar, now I'll go to create footer bar, and then add to cart button as well. So here it's simple button, add to cart equal to new button, add to, add to. Let's see how it is written at Amazon. Well, I would say, oh, add to cart and buy now. So let's write in that manner only. So here I'll write add to cart. So this button I have created, need to add it to the search box. So simply add to cart button, and then I need to kind of add a event handler, right? So how that event handler will work and all, let's see that. So guys, stop here, think for a while like how you can implement this functionality add to cart, and then move in the video. So for add to cart, if we see clearly, there are a few things that we need to keep in our mind. So the first thing is we need all elements in cart, or instead of all I should say, or we need selected all the selected elements, or let's say all the selected products in cart. So how we will do it, where we will kind of basically keep these selected products so that we can show them properly in the cart. So let's start thinking for a while on this and then do it. So, where our products are as of now. So, if you see as of now, our products are, if you go to the product page, product list. So, here you can see they are staying inside an observable array list. So, what we can do is we can create another observable array list. And then whenever some product is selected, getting selected, we can add it to that list. So let me do that here. I'll create an observable array list. So observable list product, and I'll call it items in cart equal to fx collections dot observable array list. This one part is done. Now on the click of add to cart button, let's add the elements to this. As simple as that. So we'll do it by now dot set. Yeah, so this is our buy now button. And now let's go ahead and write the event on add to cart button to kind of implement this functionality. So add to cart button dot set on action new event handler. So we got this. Now what we need to do, we need to see if some product is selected or not. So we'll do same things. We will kind of try to call this get selected and then see if some product is selected or not. We can remove this check. We can kind of do this check when we'll go to the cart page. So the same thing, and yeah. So let me copy it and paste it here simply. So product, I'm getting a product, get selected product. And then if product in us, please select a product first to add to cart, to add it to cart. So I change the message. And then if the product is selected, then what we can do is, if product is not null, then we can say cart items, items in cart dot add, and then we can simply add product. As simple as that. Now, what we need to do is, this part is done. So whenever someone clicks this button, we will check and then add item to this, add to cart, and that's it. We are done. So one part is kind of done. Now, what will be the next part? So let's say someone comes at the UI. Let me kind of do those things. Let me run the application. And whenever someone clicks on that cart button, we should redirect to a new page, right? We should kind of redirect to a new page. So here you can see this is search, sign in, cart, and everything is there. So if let's say I don't select anything and then add to cart, so please select a product first to add it to cart. Then let's say select it and then add to cart. And then nothing happened, right? So we can kind of give a message here as well. Show dialog. Items added in the cart successfully. We can say item, selected item has been added to the cart successfully. So this one part is that we have done. So that will look better. And now let's say something is added and someone presses this cart button, then something happen on that, right? So on this, let's redirect to another page where we have a UI, and then we have a place order button as well, right? We have a place order button, and the items displayed like this only, which are there in the cart. Fine. So let's say the cart is an observable list. Fine. So to display the items, we can use this product list class. We can kind of create a table. So we can kind of create another method. So this is useless. It's not needed anymore. So we can kind of create another method key. Let's say we have get all products, And here we can say key public vbox, and then say get products in cart. And then here I need to pass observable product and then data. Fine. So this part is done. Here we can simply return and then mm, create table and data. So that's it. We just we are kind of giving data, the list of all the products that has been added, and then kind of simply uh, you creating a table out of it and then returning it. So that's it. Pretty simple. And now we need to kind of do these things on click of this add to cart button. So let's do a few things. So first of all, we need some page, right, where we do it, this add to cart functionality. So we need to do a few things. First of all, let me create key border pane. Well, yeah, or vbox, or okay, that is also simple. What I'll do is, yep, roll that. So I'll go to that add to cart. This is login page, and then we have this is our create header bar. So on cart button, what we'll do is cart dot set on action new and event handler. So whenever this button is clicked, right? So first we need to clear the body. So body dot get children dot clear. Body is clean. Now we get the vbox, which is kind of holding all the products. So product dot product list. What should I say? Key vbox product. I should say prod page equal to, I can say key product list dot get products in cart. I can say, or do we have a product page as well? Yeah, so no, let's don't disturb the product page for the time being. Products in cart, and we can put that value items in cart. I am kind of passing this. So now I have a product page, and what I'll do is, now I will let me create another global variable button. So here what I'll do is key button place order button, and then here that's it. Or let me create the new button here equal to new button. Button place order, and I will add this button just below it, right? So I have created a button maybe in the, let's say, header bar or even footer bar. Yeah, in the header bar, what I'll do is here I will create that button. So button play. No, we have the variable. Oh, I'll write some functionalities on that button as well, but let's keep it for later. I have created the button, and now this is cart button. So whenever the cart is clicked, we got a product page, and now prod page dot get children dot add and place order button. So I'm adding this button below, and then simply body dot get children dot add and then prod page. That's it. So on click of cart, you will get all the items plus a button which is there. So that's how you can format the UI. So let me rerun the application and see what all the changes we have done. Yep, it's Run is successful. Let's add this to the cart. Add to cart. Selected item has been added to the cart successfully. Okay. Now let's go to the cart. Whoa. We are able to see it, right? And this place order button is kind of also below. So maybe I think if this button has some feature, we can set it. So let me see. I'll write key place order button dot set alignment. Do we have? Yeah, it has alignment. So I'll say pause dot center. Also to this prod page, I can say prod page dot this prod page, the VBox, which I am kind of creating. So prod page dot set spacing, not padding, set spacing, and I can give a 10 so that the controls are spaced and the button should be in center. So let's see if it is working now or not. And then it's like we will obviously the core logic to it, like queries and all that is still left, but anyways, let's complete the UI first. So add to cart, and then now I'm moving to the cart. So yeah, this somehow it didn't move to the center. Maybe I think I need to change some other feature. Let me say prod page dot, sorry, prod page dot set alignment pause pause dot center. So this should work. Or wait. Okay, this is all are working. Not sure. And then we need to write event on this placeholder button, and then things will be fine. Okay, going add to cart, and then finally moving to the cart. Yeah, the button is in center. So this line of code is not required. Let me remove it. And then the button is now in center, and on click of this button, you can kind of add it to the kind of whatever items that are displayed here should have been ordered successfully. Also, this should go away. This one, the below line. So whenever this cart is clicked, right? Whenever this cart is clicked, let's kind of hide this. So on click of cart button, what I'll do is footer bar dot set visible equal to false. So I am making it invisible, and let's say obviously while going to the product page and all, we need to kind of again make it visible. So like all cases needs to be handled for this. So make sure, okay, all cases need to be handled for this. So make sure that if we are making it invisible here, so at places as and when required, we are making it visible as well. So that one part more. And now we will kind of, this part is done. Now we will move to kind of how we will place the actual order. Obviously, we'll use a lot of previous logic which we have created earlier. So add to cart, and then I'm moving to the cart. Yeah, see. So this is how it's looking. Obviously, now we need to add a home button here as well. That is also a necessity. So we'll do that. Sign in is also there, then login. Yeah, welcome Angad. So this cart is kind of going here and there. So that also needs to be taken care of. But anyways, we'll do that. That's not that important. You can do it. Yeah, see, now this is kind of invisible, right? So we can't add anything. So that needs to be corrected. Fine. So it's fine. Let's move ahead. Or I'm leaving that to you. You can make it consistent. The most important thing is like now how the functionality of place order button. So place order button dot set on action, new event handler, and what we will do here. So see, for placing one order, right? So for placing one order, we have two things, a product and user. For placing multiple orders, what we need, we will have a list of products and a customer, right? So let's do that. Let me use this same piece of code and modify it a bit to work here. So need list of product and a customer. There can be one product as well. So now this time I won't check this condition. This condition is not required. I'll say if my items in cart is not equal to null. So if my items in cart is not equal to null, then I think please add some products in the cart to place order. That's done. Return. If customer is not null, please log in first to place order. That is also done. Now we need to work out this place order method. So this is how we are ordering a single product. Now for multiple orders, right? The group order ID must be same. So we need to do this thing once, and then a lot of insert will be fired based on how many products we have, right? So let's do that. So what I'll do is I'll just copy this method exactly and then paste it. And instead of place order, I'll say place multiple orders. Place multiple order. We will have a customer and now we will have a list. So I can say observable list product, and I can say again product list. So this is what we got. We will kind of get the group order ID as same. And now comes the next thing, which is like we have to kind of create this insert query from this product list and then get things done, right? So this part is rs. Okay, so this part will also change. Fine. So if rs dot next, if this is the value, then now we have to do a while. So while, and I can say product list. If we have products in product list, not and statement, remove expression. Okay. Oh, for. So this is a kind of for loop. I don't know whether you people are aware of this or not, but here it's like this loop will give each element one by one, all the elements will come into this and we can use it, right? So now we have a product and we need to kind of properly create this query and fire it to the database. So let me copy this as well. X and B. So this place order query is we are getting customer.id, product.id, everything. Group ID will be rs dot get int all the time. Rs will not be changing anytime. And then let's have a count variable as well. So what I'll do is int count equal to 0. And instead of boolean, let's give a count. So integer value here. So in the end, I'll make it as 0. And here I'll kind of count. Now this part will be changed, Control X, and this will also be looped. So count plus equal to this. And simply here return count. If there is some exception or something, that's the different case. So here we can simply return the count. So I think this query and this logic is pretty straightforward. We are just building on top of what we have built earlier. So those parts are done, and this is like how we can place multiple orders. Now what all we need is to call this method. So I'll say place multiple order and then items in cart. And okay, so boolean, instead of boolean we have int count, and if count equal not equal to 0, then order not equal to 0, then we can say key order for, and then we can say count products for, let's say, 10 products, or product the products placed successfully, and order paid. Two things, that's it. So I think this is a straightforward. If you have understood the previous method for a single order, let's say you fail to understand that, go back, watch that video, and then come back here again to understand it. And if still you are not able to understand it or have some doubts, reach out to me. I'll be there to help. So now let's test out this functionalities and see. Okay, so here we have. mm, Now let's add some items to the cart first, because our login functionality is broken as of now. So I'm adding this iPhone and Lenovo X2 ThinkPad. I've added 2 items to the cart. Now I'll move to the cart. Oh no, I'll move to the sign in, then do a login. Then I'll move to cart. Okay, so we have these 2 items, and now I'll click on place order. Let's see what happens. Order for 2 products placed successfully. So congratulations, guys. It is giving like order for 2 products are successful. Now let me run this query to verify it in the database. Of course, you can see it's like group order ID is 3, customer is still 1, and product ID number 2 and 3 has been ordered with quantity 1, and dates. Take a look at dates. It's today's date, 8 and 22:59, right? So the date and time, you can kind of see 22:59 here at my laptop as well. So this part is done. So congratulations, guys. Now our application has functionality of cart as well. So this is very important feature. And now with this feature in place, we can call it a complete project. Obviously, there are some logical things that you need to do, and that you can do because you have already done a lot of work in DSA and all. So you can definitely do it. So make sure that now you make the changes. The only one change is like kind of, now you should clear the list. Now you should kind of bring it to home page and all that. So that all you can do. So thanks a lot, guys, for watching. And this is like now a complete project. Obviously, a lot more features can be added, and maybe I'll create some more videos on those features as well. But here you can mark it as a completion. And it's like, if you see more videos, just watch it and kind of add on. But yeah, on UI wise and logical completeness, it is not there. Just like we hide this some control, right? So this set visible footer bar, we hidden it. So make sure like whenever needed, you are just setting it as uh, visible equal to true also, and then kind of it will be finished. So okay, folks, uh, thanks a lot for watching till this point. It's like we have also done multiple ordering things. So we have kind of developed our cart functionality, and kind of, let's say, I should say, we have written logic for this is logic now. So I think here I should kind of do it like place single order, place multiple order. So we have done these parts as well. And now there are a few things, our inconsistencies in UI and all. So let's finish that as well. So let's take a bit of time and then finish all those things. So let's start with the first feature, that is kind of adding a home button. So let's do that. So, and it's like I will tell you in this, like not only a home button but an image on the home button as well. So for that, I have kind of downloaded an image and copied it. Now I'm pasting it. So this is how it is showing, and I have kind of pasted the image here, just like you pasted this one. Similarly, you can paste the image as well. So that part is done. Now let's move to how we can add this image in a home page. So the home button we will add in definitely header bar. So what I'll do is I'll create one more button. So button, maybe let me create it even before the search bar. So button, home button equal to button button equal to new button. So we have bu yeah, home button, and then to this button we will add an image, right? So let's do that as well. How we'll do it? So first of all, let me kind of create an image. So we have image, uh, image, image equal to new image, and this requires address of the image. So how I'll do it is like I'll do a right click and then copy path reference. So that's how we can get, and then absolute path. So with help of this we can get an absolute address of this, and yeah, I have put it. So this is where my image is located. And then there is an image view control to actually show the images on UI. So image view, just like table view, image view equal to new image view, then image view dot set image, and I'll give an image, and then let's give some width and height. So what I'll do is key image view dot width height. So height, let's give as I should say 12, or let's say give it as 20. And for the width part, let's give as image view dot set width. Let's give it as maybe say 80. Let's see if we'll change the values if needed. And then finally add this to the button. So home button dot set graphic. So we have a graphic, and then we can say key image view. So we have added it, and now finally let's go ahead and add this home button. So make sure you understand those things. You know how to search and understand. So do that on your own. And then let me go ahead and add this home button. So I have added it, and let's run the UI to see how the image is looking, right? So let me move ahead. That is the image is like, that's how the image looks. E-commerce name of our, so let me see. Yeah, see, it's looking fine now. So if you wanted to increase or decrease anything, that's totally up to you. Feel free to do it. So we have now an image inside a button. So this looks good. And now let's go ahead and make this home button functional. So very simple. What we can do is here, we will write a method for that. So we have uh, sign in, we have card, we have place order, and finally we have home button dot set on action, new event handler. Let me, okay, then new event handler, and here what we need to do, just show the product page, right? So I can say body dot mm, mm, body dot get children dot clearing the body, and then body dot get children dot add, and then I can say product page. Also, we have hidden these controls, so in case they are hidden and all, so we can set visible equal to true. So footer bar dot set visible equal to true. So that's the only very simple thing we wanted, right? So let me rerun the app and see if it is there or not. Okay, so this is our product page. Now let's go to the sign in. I don't want to do anything. I just want to come to the product page. So I'm back. And now I have these things as well. So search is not functional yet. I think, oh, see, now the inconsistencies will arise, right? So now the sign in button is gone, right? So that's the issue. So as soon as you will start adding more features, so you need to take care of the consistency, right? So we were blindly removing the sign in button, right? But here let's do one thing. If in case if we are coming back on the product page, and we can simply say if logged in customer equal to null. In that case, let's put the sign in button back. So we can say key header bar dot add dot get children dot add and then sign in button. So see, with all the more features, the complexity will increase. So that's how it's like the more things started adding in the projects, the complexities grows, and you need to kind of take care of all the cases, right? So now again, let's go to the sign in and back to the e-commerce. Yeah, so now sign in is at least we have fixed one thing. Now let's go to the car. Let me add to the cart. Item added to the cart successfully, and then I'll go to the cart. I don't want to do anything here. I'll again come back here, and then I'll again want to go to cart. It's fine. Now I wanted to kind of go to the this again. Everything is fine. Then I wanted to go to the sign in. That is also fine. I'm coming back. So see, folks, things are now working fine. And then the search is not functional, but yeah, we can do that as well. So on cart, now I go and place the order. That's great. So that's how these are small things, but make sure you take care of everything. And just like we are displaying products, here we can add one more button like orders and returns. I think there are some errors in the application. Don't know exactly what is it, but children duplicate children added. Parent hbox. Okay. 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 So sign in was getting added again and again, right? Okay. So there may be a case we might add it. End up adding this sign in. So what we can do is like for safety, we can check key header bar dot get children dot exist, or we can say index of, or I think this is index of, and then we can say sign in button. So we can kind of ask for an index, and if it is something, say, we can check when this index is some invalid value, and then we can add. So that needs to be done. But anyways, as of now, it's fine. But yeah, we need to kind of remove let me see what is this method, what does this method gives, and then we can kind of correct this error as well. So I'll go here and then I'll close everything else, close tabs to the right, and again take a look here. So what is this? Okay, get children. Okay, this is like it's a VBox, right? So VBox get children JavaFX. What is method get children? And then I should say index of grid pane get children. So we can check what this method does. That is one way, even like get children, do we have that? Anyways, so let's make some assumption key if it won't find any index, then it will say key -1, right? So I can say key if this value, I can say not equal to -1. Fine. In that case, we will add this x and then v. and maybe I'll print this value as well as out, and then I'll just print this value. So make sure when I remove it, I can print and see what is the value. Or maybe I should print it before that. Control X, and then Control V. So let me rerun the application. Okay. So always keep focus on the errors, and also let me click on cart and then click on back to home. So this time it is 3. So 0, 1, 2, and 3 is sign in. Now let me go to the sign in. Now it's removed. Let me again click it back here. And now you can see -1. Yeah, so our assumption was right. So when it doesn't find a value, it gives -1. So this condition is perfectly fine. So also we can say key in a single if we can make sure. So Control X if customer equal to null, and this one also header bar equal to -1. In that case, we need to add it. So yeah, finally this part is also fixed very properly. We won't have any red lines or errors. So this is done, folks. Now what's the next part? Uh, Now I think the application is working pretty fine now. Yeah, this like orders. So let me add a more button here in the header bar. Okay, let me decrease it. So we have search bar, search button, welcome label, cart button, and finally let's add one more button. So button dot, mm, let's say cart button, button dot. No, sorry, we have button, order button equal to new button, and then I can say orders. Obviously, you can implement a lot of features, but for the timing, we will just stick to it. And then on the on click, you can kind of create an orders page. So I'll show query for it. That's it. And then I'll leave the rest part to be done by you. So order button. So this is done, and you can simply write a method on click of the order to show order page. Hmm. Okay, it's running. Okay, now we have orders as well. So nothing is happening, and now we need to show some orders page. So let's go and decide like what is all we wanted to show in orders. So this is our orders table. Obviously, we will not be showing these things, right? Showing order ID is important, and then you need to figure out a way to show this group order IDs as well. But order ID is important. Then customer is not in because the customer who has logged in, we will show only their products, right? So then instead of product ID, we can give product name and price. That will make more sense. We can give quantity, order date, and order status. So I don't know whether you have read about joins or not in SQL, but that's what we will use here. So we will join some tables. So what you can do is select star from orders, 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 and then join, which is the next table, product on orders dot product ID equal to product dot ID. That's it. Very simple. So a joining is happening, inner join, where we are matching this product ID and the product ID in product table, the ID in product table. Let me run this query. Yeah, so now you can see all the things, and now it depends what all the columns and all we wanted to show. So here we can simply select key from orders what we want to show. So we can say key orders dot and ID. That's what we want. and then we need product name. So product dot name, and then what we can say is quantity, so we can take quantity from here. And then the next thing is like order date, so orders dot order date. And then we can say order status, so orders dot order status. uh, and then what's next? Yeah, that's it. This is good enough, and now I'll rerun the query. So what happened? Error, column quantity in the field list is ambiguous. Oh, so we have quantity in both things, right? So we want quantity from orders, not product. So orders dot quantity, and then run it. Okay. So now that's how, and now you know how to display it. So let's say this is the information which we decide. So we can simply display it. How to display it? As same as we done for product. So create a class, product class, and create properties like this, and they should kind of match this key, id, quantity, then name, order date, and status. And then you can create an so we have order class already. You can create those things here, and then an order list class where you create table and put things there. So that's all you need to do, and then the things will be kind of fully functional, so that you can do. And as of now, we have a functional application. Obviously a lot more features can be added, and if you ask me like which is the next one feature I should work on, so I would say you work on password encryption. That is a very important feature, and if your project has those features, it will give an edge over other things. So I would say password encryption. So that's very important, so that you can work. Order display is definitely, this is like something you need to, like logic to show orders that you can easily write. I'm not going to that. Order page, you can easily do it. And viewing order, so it's like these three things are same. This one is important. And then kind of read about all the topics, the keys, indexing, and everything, and that should be good enough. Fine. So thanks a lot for watching, folks, and maybe that's a logical completion. There might be a chance that I may add some more videos on more features, but that's up to the for the later. So thanks a lot for watching. This is kind of a completion of our application, and we have made a beautiful application. You can tweak the UI and do a lot more things that you want. So thanks a lot for watching, and bye bye.